Well, hello everyone, and welcome back for the WoT7 tournament number 7. We're really glad to have you with us today for the playoff stage that we'll be covering today and tomorrow. And as you can see next to me, a pretty familiar face that you may have seen in the past already. That's our analyst Magic. How is it going, mate?
Hi, it's going good. Thank you, Insane. I may be a familiar face to the viewers, but I think you are a more familiar face. What do you think of this tournament? Will it be interesting?
I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, we can just jump into the brackets to see what teams we'll have today. A lot of interesting teams, six in total, Magic, and as you said, some teams that we know, especially the Polish ones.
Especially the Polish ones, indeed. We have 6 teams that are still alive in our tournament bracket. Today we will have match 1 to 4. Match 1 and 2, the first two matches will be two higher bracket matches. Between the first one between Opor and Birna, and then the second one between Holovnici and Cutie Pie. And then the losers of these matches will be relegated to match 3 and match 4 in the loser bracket, where the team that loses will be out.
Yeah, so the winners bracket matches will be BO7 and the losers bracket ones BO5. Only the big finals, the batch number 8 that we'll cover tomorrow to finish that tournament will be BO9. That being said, Magic, we also prepared for you drops, Twitch drops. So make sure that you refresh the stream right now to actually get those drops available. And this time, Magic, no premium consumables. We have some tokens.
We have some monthly tokens indeed. You get 5 tokens after 90 minutes of watching and 6 tokens of 120 minutes of watching. And after 240 minutes of watching, that is only available tomorrow, you can get a camo style for the tank of your choice.
Yeah, a pretty nice 2D style, like you mentioned. And now, Magic, we can probably take a quick look at the first match of the day. You mentioned a Polish team facing a German one, so it's Birna against Opor.
Opor means resistance in Polish. I looked it up, and it seems like the community is hugely in favor of the Polish team here. Kecai, as the captain, has almost 75% of the votes, while Berne, the German team, has only 1/4 of the votes of the community here. Do you think it's going to be that one-sided?
I mean, Birna had a pretty good showing during the group stage, so they definitely have something to prove today, possibly against this team. But Opor, they were known as a team Go in the past, a very, very strong team, one of the best we have in the WoT7 tournament, so definitely the favorite there. But Magic, I guess that's just enough from the two of us. It's probably time to hear what Kihan and Daki have to say about that match. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome with the two of us. It's lovely Daki joining me here at the caster's desk, not the analyst one. By the way, thank you for the lovely introduction. And indeed, we do have a match at hand in between Opor and Birna. Opor, I think that was, as mentioned previously, in Go, and they got some Postdro players to back themselves up. Postdro also doing pretty well in the tournaments that we had in the past. Yeah, now merging, and they're taking it up against Birna. I don't think we've seen Birna in the playoffs yet. And indeed, there we have the German team of Birna, led by Hanfogger. And yeah, some new faces, some new players that we haven't really had in the playoffs as of now. So they did do fairly well in the group stage. They almost... yeah, they almost managed to relegate Holovnici down to the lower bracket. So that was quite a sight to see in the groups. However, they have to take it on against Opor, a team that did very, very well in the groups. Top 1 in their, in their group. That's why we see them here against Birna, who were second place in their respective group. But yeah, good stuff so far from the Germans. What do you think about that?
We'll have to see how these teams perform, right? Because like, playing in the group stage Gihan is one thing, playing in the playoff stage is a whole different ball game. As Bernard did take every team in their group to tiebreaker, you can expect at least something from them, right? But again, group stage, playoff, those two things are not the same. The pressure is a lot different. Of course, these teams will have a chance in the lower bracket if they do lose, but there's a lot more pressure than, we play group stage, we see how it goes, and then like, oh wait, we're actually in the playoffs now. We have to play them. It really, really matters now. It's completely different. So we know what to expect from Opor because they're very well known in 50v15, very well known in 7v7. We know the skills they have. We know how well they can play. They have also disappointed us at times, though. Not forgetting that there's been a few WoT7s where we had them as favorites and then they ended up not delivering. But Burner is where the team where I'm going to have my eye on to see how well they can come in this match. What can they bring? What do they have prepared? And if they can actually make Opor struggle, maybe bring something new, inspiring. I don't know.
All right, that being said, I think it's about time to head over to the pick and bans, just so we see what kind of maps we can expect. And yeah, here we go. Cliff and Boro being banned by the teams respectively, then Prokhorovka, the first pick by Birna, Himmelsdorf being picked by Opor, obviously a lot of
I'm just asking because like
the inbuilt ones. They do love those tight corners. They always look very, very good on Himmelsdorf. Then Ghost Town being banned, Steps being picked, and if we get to it, Mines would be the tiebreaker.
Opor, they have the choice, right? Opor had the choice. Do we want to play Himmelsdorf or do we want to play Ghost Town? Himmelsdorf is the map they play very often, that they're very good at. But Ghost Town as well is one of those maps that seems to be really sided towards those Polish teams. They're very good at Ghost Town for some reason. A lot of practice, but perhaps, or other stuff that makes them more favorable to play it. So Burnett takes that away from them, which I think is a good choice in that regard. The matchups here, like, those maps are kind of even. Himmelsdorf is the map where I'm going to be watching out for Burnham because Opor showed really good stuff on Himmels, even against, for example, the Goodnight Nomi team that they played in the group stage, where they were able to dominate Ilian's comrades on that map. So what can Burnham do against this? How good are they on Himmelsdorf? That's the question.
Yeah. Also, I want to see what exactly Birna has prepared on Prokhorovka, because obviously if you first pick a map like that, there must be some really interesting stuff that you have prepared. It's like Prokhorovka is personally,
or you just pick a map where you think you're going to get a 1-1.
Or that, yeah. Obviously, going into this, I would go with the community prediction saying that the Idol team should be hugely favored. Yeah, simply because we haven't really seen anything from Birna as of now. So they
aren't you a German?
Yeah, but like I try to be objective in my
that's the
predictions. So okay, dude, I see where this one's going. But yeah, I agree with the community prediction here. That is saying that they still have to prove themselves.
Yeah, indeed, that's the point. And even if they do go down in this match, which is there's potential, right? They still have a second chance, where they still have that little bit of a safety net of the loser bracket, which the two other teams don't have in this. So for them, this is a real test on how they match up against probably one of the better teams in this in terms of experience at the very least, and how they match up and if they can do it. And I'd love to see them put up a strong fight. I mean, they've shown in groups that they can bring those experienced teams to at the very least the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, going to tiebreaker, it's different than in groups, right? In the groups, when you go to a tiebreaker with someone, you do actually secure a point. Here, it's just about basically, yeah, just win the tiebreaker or you drop down to the lower bracket in this match. Obviously, the loser of this one, simply because we are in the other bracket, is just gonna get relegated down, and that's basically it. But yeah, all of that we'll have to see. I'm being informed there is some technical issues in the background, but they are being sorted out, so the game should start pretty soon, and then finally we'll be able to see what the Opor guys here, if they are able to create those synergies. And indeed, we do see the map video of Prokhorovka starting here, and Caster's predictions coming in. So the logos are kind of wrong, but yeah, both of us were, I think, going with the with an Opor win, right?
Yeah, we indeed went with Opor, which is not really a surprise, you know. Like, sometimes we get it wrong as analyst desk and as casters, in terms of the predictions. But that's mainly because most of the time we just do safe bets. When we see this matchup, we know that the experience, even the team play, should be in favor of this Opar team. So it's like, if you go betting somewhere, you also just, you pick the safe one.
Indeed. Now, talking about picks here, Opar coming in with a 13-105. That's not a tank you see very often. Burner with a sort of, rather conservative T100 LT pick. Then also for Burner, double CS, double SConk, double IS7. Opar, that is 3 IS7, double SConk, and an STRB to go with it.
Yeah, the 13105 Kihan, it's an interesting light indeed. The one advantage that the 13105 has over, for example, a T100 is the fact that it has those 3 shells, right? If it has to fight against a light one-on-one, it does have 3 shells available to clip out against the T100 if he is connecting his shots. So there, the 105 is a bit better. In terms of profile, however, and amount of critical hits, like you hit the tracks, for example, the T100 way ahead, like profile-wise, chance of missing it. The 105 is much easier to hit for the burner side. And just to remind the predictions, because they were not 100% correct, I have 4-2 for Opor. Magical has 4-2 for Opor. You have 4-1 for Opor, and Insane has 4-2 for Opor as well. So the 3 of us thinking Burner taking 2 rounds Keyhand. However, his German comrades has no faith whatsoever in their capabilities.
Yeah, it's just what I said going into this, right? That they have to prove themselves, and if they do, good. But well, they first of all have to do it. I want to see them show it. But Opor, I think, is one of those teams where you can go into a match and immediately you get shown what people or what teams of that caliber, like the Opar players, think of newcomers. Now, interesting setup also for both of the LTs, but very standard, I would say, modules here on the T100 with CVS purple optics and Bounty low noise exhaust.
Yeah, the 105 has turbo though.
The 105 has turbo, yes.
Yeah, yes, turbo.
Oh, Hero now, I think he was just spotted now. He does.
He was spotted going into the building, but he counter spotted one of the IS7s who took a shot of damage. That was DJ there, taking one. So far so good here for Burna. But this is kind of if you're Burna, you're kind of right now a bit unaware of really what's happening, because you see an IS7 on the 0 line, you see an IS7 in the middle. That means that there's still like 4 or 5 people that you don't really know where they are. You can expect 105 to be on 0 line because the IS7 should know that he's perma spotted. And you can see Burna actually rotating out of this as well. They were grouping towards the 0 line at first, but they've decided that, you know what? No, we don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. I think a huge part of that, or why they are doing this, is because they just got outspotted at the hill. So, yeah, they don't really want to...
but if they know that the 105 is there, that's massive info for...
Well, they can't really be 100%
Yeah, they can,
sure.
because the IS7 knows that he can get... If you look at the Opor lineup, right? If you look at the Opor lineup, the IS7s couldn't peek the 0 line, because it's way too risky, so the IS7 couldn't peek that. The STRV is definitely not there. The Kongs are too slow, so what does that leave?
It could have been the SCRB, but yeah, it's more likely to be the 13105.
That would be an actual Giga Brain move from Opor if it was the case.
But yeah, we see the T100 here, Hero, just making his way through that 2 line, just slipping through those bushes, trying to get more info.
This is good from Burner though.
Yeah,
they have double CS going 1-2 line. I mean, Hero here is knocking over a lot of 3, so the Opor team knows that the light is here. But like, there's a grouping on the 4 line, and at the same time as well, I think they want to push T-Sec, and at the same time perhaps push the IS7 on the 4 line and try and get like not 1 but 2 tanks out of this little exchange. And you can see the IS7's now running away. That's Conrad. He's trying to get to a better position here. He's trying to get up and over. Vari seems to be trying to get some shots towards him. He does get around it pretty unscathed, gotta say. Could have taken more from that, but now Burna has taken the hole. They have to be careful with their time management, though. This is a thing that we talk about a lot, usually with CSA, but they're not represented here. That time is an issue if you let it go too low. They already wasted a lot of it. They have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. They will pick up T-Sec, but then they still have to pressure the cap, get the angles to stop the decap, because it will be very easy for Oppo to just get one reset at that point.
Yeah, finally we do see the push on the 2 line here by Birne, and T-Sec in his S-Kong is obviously going to DPM whatever he can until they actually reach his position. You can see him here focusing on the IS-7 of Handvorger, but as soon as they're gonna get close to him, his hold-on position is gonna get compromised. Yeah, the STRV actually able to help out a bit, and Hero is spotted in the back.
Hero needs to be like careful here. I mean, it was a good shot coming out from T-Sec actually, together with Rexar on towards that IS-7, lowering Hanov his HP there pretty low, and T-Sec actually trading about even, to be honest, in this situation. Overall, Oppo trades even, but gun in the game is always a bigger factor than trading even. So Birne has that extra gun. They have to utilize it now.
Yeah, exactly. The STRV, actually getting one more shot into Handvorger here, so working out pretty well for them. And also keep in mind that the S-Kongs, they can't really overmatch that STRV, and Rexar, he's just putting in the hurt here. The bounty low noise exhaust probably keeping him unspotted for now. So I would say, yeah, Opor still looking sort of stable here. Time is the issue.
The Brishak is very aggressive there, like really, really aggressive far forward in his 3105. But the question is, what does Birne do here? Like, what did they go for at this moment in time? Fapi getting spotted out, Brishak gets spotted in return, so they know now where the light tank is. They need this double S-Kong to start overwatching A6 if they do plan on pressure in the cap, because that looks what Birne is going for right now. They want to pressure across the D-line, maybe pick up Conrad over there in his IS-7, and put that crap pressure on. But time is running, time is ticking. 1 minute 40 is what you need to solo cap 100 seconds. So it will not be enough with one player anymore. Hero here tries to outspot the SRV. Let's see if he can get Rexar spotted. At the very least, Rexar does get spotted. Does Rexar actually receive any damage for this?
Yeah, that's the other question. Finally, 1100 immediately to the STRV, but obviously not down and out of the game. And Hero, for firing, actually got spotted here, so he can't really go to the cap anymore. As you said, 1 minute 40 is what you would normally need, but those are far gone. And now Birne also bleeding a lot here, also 2k HP down. They need to make something happen, but for every move they make, they will be driving over the open field, and that just means getting farmed, as we see here. Handvorger now dying in his IS-7. That's going to be a 6v6, and that SGRV is not going to stop firing.
Yeah, no, Rexar, he did get punished at one moment in time for sitting on A6, but he's now found a better position which covers him from 1-2 line as well, and he's just happily farming away. Timmy forced to push to help out his teammates, but even Mark here is not going to be able to kill that IS-7 of Conrad, as he has plenty of support at this moment in time. And Birne here, you could see this. What a nice shot on the move though from Buddy on towards Richard, Rexar. Richard goes down in the meantime as well. Conrad falling, 3 tanks left standing for Opor, but double the HP almost for Opor, but 20 seconds to go. This is not going Birne's way, even though they had some pretty good moves in this round. Time, I think, was the kill factor here.
Yeah, they just took too long to decide what they wanted to do, or to basically get the information they needed to push on the 1-2 line. And yeah, that capping attempt by Hero, it's just futile at this point in time, as Opar are going to lock in the first round in this best of 7 here, meaning that, yeah, Birne, so far, I mean, yeah, they did look okay-ish. But
I think they lost out on a massive opportunity. I'm pretty sure they should have been aware there was no STRV at A1, because there would be a camo spot, which is usually made to protect the STRV, and there's no light there, so Hero spotted the S-Kong. So I think they should know that there was nothing else then except for the S-Kong. And Conrad was too far forward, and I thought they were going to hit the timing where they were going to catch Conrad running away and push straight onto the cab, do a lot of damage. But when Conrad got away, they took too much damage from one of the IS-7s, because the IS-7s are the ones that go towards the cap later.
So yeah, here we do see the act. Oh, I thought Rexar would have done more here, as we see Panzerfury on top damage for the side of Opor. Then Rexar, 16-8-7. I guess some of those are blind shots, but yeah, the crucial shots when the enemies were pushing, he did put in. And on the other side, yeah, not looking as good. I mean, 2 of the tanks putting up 3k plus damage, but in the end, yeah, it wasn't really the trades that decided this game, but as you said, the factor time was of the essence, and at the end, Birne just didn't have enough of it left.
Yeah, I think if Burner was able to play around with the time, but I still think that the losing factor for them was if they caught Conrad as well in his IS-7 when he was spotted too deep because he was close to the cap, right? If they then pushed onto him, onto the foreline with the S-Kungs over peaking, they would have killed Conrad, and Conrad is the anchor for the base. So what does that mean? Conrad sits behind the dune. He's the one that spots the cap, spots them coming towards the cap, and in general also gets decaps when needed on, for example, heavy tags. But because he was able to get back, you could see that when Burner was actually forced to push later on, that Conrad's position is super far away for them to push. At every step of the way, there's the crossfire from the rails, there's the crossfire from the SCRV. Yes, he didn't do that much damage overall, but he did it on the tanks that mattered in this kind of play. So
all right, so yeah, that was the first round. Obviously, Opor taking the victory in their defense. However, now sides are going to be switched, and it's going to be Opor who's attacking. And yeah, if you pick it as Birne, then obviously the least you hope for is a 1-1. Their attack looked kind of slow, not able to deal with all the tanks that.
Yeah, their attack was kind of slow, but it was
good, but too slow, and that's what cost them in the end, right? So now Birne, they have to hope to win this round here on their defense, and they're doing so with an STRV, a 430U, a double CS actually, double S-Kong, and an IS-7.
And an IS-7 indeed. The SCRV coming, the 430U though, Kihand.
That's an unusual pick.
Yeah, I mean, it has great camo on the move. Some people play without a rammer, but with vents and CVS and low noise, I think, which I don't think a lot of guys are going to be going for that setup in particular here, but you never know. But yeah, the 430U is always a bit of an interesting pick.
You mostly see it on Mainz defense, right?
Yeah, on Mainz defense you see it because the 430U has actually insane camo on the move compared to other mediums, except for the URES 1516.
Yeah, that's the other tank that you sort of sent to the island on Mainz. But yeah, this is
because
Prokhorovka, so I am very intrigued to see where the 430U
he was driving to take some bush right now in the 430U. Look, he's just sitting on the 2-line. I'm kind of curious what equipment he has.
Yeah, it would be wonderful to see the equipment on the 430U. I think we'll probably be able to see that at a later point here. And there we go.
He does have CVS and low noise. Just the vents missing.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, actually, Ihan, we completely forgot something here. There's no Ketsai.
There is indeed no Ketsai, but maybe he's communicating with the team over like TeamSpeak or Discord what they should do. Maybe leading via
Potentially.
that. But yeah, Mark taking a shot for free here from the hill. But overall, the HP were in favor of Opor to begin with. Obviously, you don't want to lose too much HP here. Yes, you do generate info by trading that, but yeah, you shouldn't.
I mean, it's an interesting setup here. I think, like right now, I think Burn is trying to bait Opor into doing what Hero did last game in this light. I think if you remember, when you know the enemy light is somewhere else, like for example on F0, you know that you can do the 2-line spot. But Rishek did get spotted going into the hole, so he kind of should be aware because it's not the IS-7 from E6 doesn't have enough view range to spot him.
Yeah, Rishek now, a very competent player as well in his LT with the same setup that we just saw by Birnes, T100 player. He's trying to get information, but obviously the 430U with the low noise exhaust in the bushes, he's not going to see him, especially if the 430U doesn't move here. And I don't think Count Foga has any sort of intention to do so. I actually think that 430U is trying to counter the T100, basically, by probably getting proxy spotted, and then the 430U should be able to get away, like alive at least, while the T100 possibly dies to Smee, Fatih, and Fapi.
Yeah, so the 430U here being used indeed as that bait, yeah. Wanting Rishek to slowly, be like, okay, maybe it was the IS-7 that spotted me, and they want him to take some ground. I'm also curious to see, there's a CS63 in A1. Now, you can see when 3s are knocked over in A1 from the middle. I want to see if whichever CS of Burner is there did make a camo spot, or he decided to not make a camo spot whatsoever.
I can actually check that. Give me a little while. And yeah, I can indeed confirm the CS in that corner. Yeah, as we see on stream. He does have a camo spot for himself, so yeah, as you can see from the middle that those trees are knocked over, you would rather expect a
They're gonna push the
STRV
6
to
line
be
though.
there. Yeah, they're preparing to push the 6 line here with
Or
double
Mark.
IS7, double S-Conk, so Mark is probably gonna go down rather soonish. The question is just how much will Burnett be able to make Opor bleed for this, if they commit.
There's not that many tanks that currently have a line of fire on towards this. Timmy won't. The CS, yeah, but the CS is not really the tank that you want
And
shooting from A6.
Overpush does come in here, the intuition onto the APCR by Mark. He does put in a nice shot, but that's obviously a lot of tanks pushing in with the double IS7, immediately dropping down to 1 KHP, and the Super Kongs to just back it up here. Fappy in the back already spotted, and Mark just down and out of the game immediately.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Opor is pushing down
Rexar's
from
on
the
fire.
0 line. Yeah, but look at this, pushing down from 0 line with Kubash, who's kind of getting caught in between Timmy and him. Like, Kubash now in trouble, actually, for this. So the initial play from Opor, great, but look at Kubash going
Also
down.
on fire.
Gets set on fire by Timmy and the SCRV. So, like, this initial push from Opor, amazing. But the secondary attack,
Not so great. Not so great, and yeah, Opor now down 3k HP against Birna here. Tanks are even, and Rexar needs to be careful because he's like sort of in a ditch and he could get caught. He's a one-shot as well. Meanwhile, all the remaining tanks for Birna pretty healthy here.
I mean, Richard is going to try and clear the 2 line now, most likely. So that is the thing I don't understand. They could have done it with IS7s and then send Richard to spot the 2 line because there's almost nothing left to counter him, and they would have figured out this for 3U and probably killed him as well relatively easily if they went for a 6 line with
Rishek
1
now
tank on the
spotted in
hill.
the T100. This
Yeah,
is
it's a 4
huge
to the
as
U.
well.
It's a 4 to the U. Rishek here going a little bit too aggressive, trying to go too fast, too deep. But this again from the S-Kongs. Instead of waiting for Rishek to clear, they're already pushing down. That's DJ and Panzer Fury just driving down. But that there's an S-Kong with Smee, and there's an CS there as well. They spot out the 4 to the U, who's running a little bit late in my opinion. Could have done that earlier already. There was no need to take this amount of damage for him. But Rexar goes down in the meantime because Timmy has arrived on the rails. Now Rishek down towards a 1-shot as well. And Opor here seemed to have no answer to what Burner has thrown their way, because right now Opor is stuck in no man's land. Yes, they get the 4 to the U, but where do they go from here?
Yeah, they don't really have a place to go, as there is that CS63 in A1 still crossfiring one of these S-Kongs down already, and we can even see Timmy in his STRV. He does have shots. Yes, he needs to be a bit careful because he's spotted, but that is the second S-Kong on the 2 line down and out, and Opor now left with only 2 tanks remaining here, probably wondering where it all went wrong, and to be honest, it did so on the 9 line, and after that on the 2 line, where the S-Kongs just got murdered by that CS.
Yeah, I mean, that push was desperation at that point. They were like, we have to do something. The SCRV's at A0, we have to try. So you try the best thing you can imagine at that moment in time, which is what they did. But the 4 to the U confused Rishek, even though it shouldn't really confuse him, because the 4 to the U was never spotted, and he should kind of be aware of this potential, especially because teams did it in the past with 907s, for example, as well in the camp. And he was in that exact team playing with them, so should maybe work on his memory a little bit in that regard. But yeah, if they did this, you push with the IS7s down there like they did, good stuff. They have 7 tanks. They have the S-Kongs covering at first, and then you have like a CS on the hill, CS 1-2 then with the T100. And if Rishek was then to clear through the bushes, he would spot the 4 to the U. I mean, after the I7's pushed and the S-Kong starts still covering, and he would have just cleared him, and they would have just killed him. Would he have died for it? Potentially. But it would lock the positions of Burner into not the greatest of things, but not like this. How much did the 4 to the U actually spot? 3.6k?
3.6k, so...
yeah, but that's, like, I don't think the value of this was the spotting damage. I think it was the confusing Rishek part. because the game was really lost when they just lost the CS for free in Kubash going down 0 line.
Yeah, and I think also Rishek probably he got
There was
confused
bad
by
communication there from Opor because Timmy shot the Eskongs in the middle. Like Timmy shot the Eskongs from A0 in the middle, so they were aware. I think it was Timmy, or it was the other Eskong.
I think
Timmy
Timmy
also shot them as well.
Timmy probably shot the CS that went down like super early. I think that was Kubosh that got set on fire. So basically Opor, they had the information where the STRV was. They had the information about the Eskong because both of those tanks were firing onto the CS that went down on the 9 line, and in turn. That is, I think, why they decided to push on the 2 line, but obviously the 430U, they're just outspotting the push before it could even start to happen. That was just so much bleed. And that is also Prokhorovka done with a 1-1 split. And I have to say, so far, Birne, the team that is looking better. Like, yeah, they also lost their attack, but the attack wasn't looking as disastrous as
no, their
the
attack,
one
their
that we
attack
just
was winnable. While Opor's attack was winnable, but they made a strategic choice that turned it from good position to instantly like terrible position. Birne didn't have really one of those moments. They were just struggling with the time more than anything.
So after Prokhorovka, the lush fields, we now head to the streets and corners of Himmelsdorf. So quite a switch up here. And yeah, finally caster predictions in the correct way. All of us going for Indel, and yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, that was one map on which Birne looked good, but to win the complete best of 7 against Opor's players of Opor's caliber, you obviously need to show a lot more. Now, Birne coming into this with a Batchat, double Eskong, double 277, and double IS4.
Double IS4 indeed. While Opor has the CS, the double 50B, the Eskong, and the triple 115. A very aggressive lineup here from Opor. No V100s, no IS4s even. It's a very, very fast lineup. Alberna's lineup with the IS4s, with the double Eskong is way harder to push something super aggressive. You can still take some control though, but it's not a lineup that is gonna push immediately.
Indeed, it seems like the Batchat currently with a problem here, as he's still in A3. But yeah, the Birne players, regardless, playing here, and that is interesting. Where they
could call a restart. No?
Yeah. Not happening though, so they are spotting each other out, so I don't think that restart is happening here. And now Rexar, that's an interesting position for the CS, I think.
I think they put the CS there to spot if there was a potential play coming out from Birne on towards the hill. If they wanted to push some tank towards the hill. Yeah, Toby just seems to be AFK. It seemed like he only had 20 shots on his tank as well.
That is weird, but the heat wasn't shown, so maybe it's a disconnect, and then that's what the observer mod says. But yeah, these 50B hill positions are obviously very, very good here to counter that 277, and there's not really a lot that Smee can do against this except run away, and we can see one more shot connecting here, and DJ just looking for that.
I'm not sure why Smee kept just backing off into those shots. You get shot once, okay, but like backing off into them? And Tisa kill, 277 is not a tank that works there. That's the thing. The 277 is a bit too high. The side armor is too easily pennable for the 113 of Tsek in the window. So that's a bit of an oversight there from Birne. Not realizing the 277. Maybe that not having the bat in game really threw them off. But then again, they could have just called for a restart. You know.
Yep. But
because the teams are like, before you wonder why are they supposed to or forced to play, but in AFK they are not. Before tanks are spotted, they can call an DC, as far as I remember.
Yeah, so the tanks here on the hill now making good work of the advantageous upper ground positions. Mark and his Eskong now also needs to be careful against Panzfury. Obviously,
Panzfury in far superior position.
Yeah, he's shooting from above, so sometimes he'll even be able to penetrate the upper plate. And yeah, Mark just needs to continue providing info here. That is sort of his job. Provide info without losing a lot of HP. Basically, are there heavy tanks crossing towards that A line or not? That is his job currently.
Yeah, but Opor is already so far ahead by now, and I think they've realized that Timmy and his Ice Force is probably pretty isolated as well. If Burner wants to cover the south, they need something in 1-2 line. They're already up a tank. They've already established or had a spot on the crossing in the beginning with the CS from E8. So they know what is on the 8 line. They knew there was an S-Code. They knew there was an IS-4. The IS-4 is still there. They didn't have info on the S-Code. They couldn't have left without Conrad spotting it. So now they're kind of free to do whatever they want because they know that they have those two guys locked there, one guy in the window, with just two of their tanks. They're already up one. That gives them an overmatch everybody else on the map, and you can see that they can complete advantage of this with DJ, Tsek, the CSs, the 50Bs, just pressuring the South, trying to get more map control out of this.
Yeah, the 50Bs now being rotated through the south here together with the CS and the 113, and they are gonna find Handvoger, and the question is how many tanks can actually protect the IS-4 here from their push with the 50Bs. Yes, you have the Batchet and the 277 in the 1-2 line, but as soon as they start entering the courtyard, there won't be a lot of stuff left here that can actually shoot, and now Handvoger just getting methodically cleaned by Rishek in his 50B, and also the other tank from the right, and he's just gonna get taken out of the out of the game, and that is 2 tanks down for the side of Birne currently.
Yeah, but that's going to be Hero falling in quick succession here, actually, in his 277. Opor is now just going as a ball of tanks, rolling around, picking up one, going for another. Toby forced to run, and you can see Hero there, left to his own devices, completely surrounded. He's going to be going down, and Opor here showing that Himmelsdorf for them might just be a little bit more comfortable to play than the likes of Prokhorovka, as they completely, tactic here, decimated Burner from the beginning, killing the 277 in the window. At that point in a 7v7, if you lose a tank for free in 7v7, it's really hard to ever come back from, unless you have the time ticking in your favor and the enemy team is forced to make mistakes like we saw Burner do on Proko. But if you lose a tank for free and they still have a lot of time, it's a death sentence.
Yeah, exactly. As we do now see Seppas in his S-Conk getting methodically focused out, and Triple Cap is also going here, it seems. So, yeah, in 2 seconds, we should see... yeah, exactly. Cap goes through, so Opor, after, not really looking good at, on their second Prokhorovka round, looking very, very well here in their attack. Obviously, the Batchat not there at the start, but to be honest, that 277 in the window that got just shot from the
I don't know
50Bs, there is nothing that you can do against it.
I'm not sure what the Batchat would change in the way that Burner was positioned in the beginning. Those 50Bs would still take the hill.
Yep.
Those 50Bs would still be able to shoot 277 from the hill, so I don't think it would have changed anything there.
Yep, exactly. The Batchat would possibly have been able to provide some more information, but the 277, regardless, is completely exposed to the 50Bs. So I guess we can have a look at the post-battle stats, and yeah, indeed, the 277 just dying here without really contributing anything. So I sometimes also see IS4s in that position, and time again, everyone that goes there just gets completely eradicated if the enemy team just take the hill and are able to farm from there. And Rishik there with a pretty good performance. I mean, some bounces, but then again, if you shoot at tanks like IS4s or if you shoot at long range, then you can't ever be 100% sure to penetrate.
Yeah, of course. We don't expect 100% penetration here from the players. We just expect them to hit the shots when it matters the most, close range shots. We don't expect Rexar and Mark and their Escon shooting at each other from 400 meters to be hitting the cupola on every single shell. So, in that regard, the shooting is fine. I mean, Opor just in the driving seat. They knew everything they needed to go around the map. They isolated the IS4, then Hero becomes isolated. They put the cap pressure, the cap out to have the fastest attack so far, because neither team winning their Prokhorovka attack yet. Neither team wins their Prokhorovka attack. Burn, of course, could get a faster Himmelsdorf attacking round, but that's why you try to close out the round as fast as possible, unlike in random battles where you should always try to kill the entire enemy team.
No cap, kill all. Yeah, that is indeed true for random battle. But like here, obviously for a possible tiebreaker, yeah, it's always best to end the game as soon as possible as attacker, and well, yeah, as defender, if the enemies don't really have a chance to win anymore, and you then you can just sort of establish dominance, right, by just killing all as defender.
Exactly. So good stuff there from Opor. Now we have to see what is Berna able to do against this. Of course, best of 7. That means that if Opor wins another round, that puts them at match point. They don't want to be there as Berna, but you never know. I did say before that I think Himmelsdorf is like the key map here for Berna. Coming out of this with a 1-1 would be best case scenario, especially after the first round.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, obviously Himmelsdorf, and you mentioned it before, Ghost Town are just the maps on which the Opor players are just known to excel, right? There used to be the team of Pozdro that had the banana logos. They were sort of known for just, you know, slapping everyone on Ghost Town, and there is even players from that team now in Opor. So we'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, judging by what we just saw now, and personally I don't think the Batchat timeout was a huge issue. It wouldn't really have changed anything from how the battle played out, I don't think.
No, I honestly don't think it would have made a difference. Because I think the 277 position was the isolated position, and the Bat would not have prevented this from happening to the 277 unless he would have set all the 50Bs on fire somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like, if the Bat does actually commit onto the hill, which against double 50B is not advisable, then he just dies there.
You should definitely go for it. It's called a crucial game-winning play, Kian, and you wouldn't understand how that works.
Oh, okay. I guess you learn something new every day. But yeah, we do see the map intro video for Himmelsdorf once again, so I guess we are getting ready for round number 4 in between Berna and Opor. Now Berna is gonna have to attack. And I'm always interested to see the openings, actually, mainly by CSA, who are not in this tournament, and also by those Polish teams from Invil that have shown in the past that they put considerable interest on their defensive rounds to just book it down 1-2 line on their defenses. So let's see if that happens.
We will indeed see if that is going to happen here, but again, Opor with that very aggressive kind of lineup, which they like on Himmelsdorf, 4 113s, 250Bs, and an Eskong. This is not a holding lineup. You don't hold with this lineup. You try and take some positions that matter.
Yes, Opor extremely offensive, and also they like their 113s. A lot of other teams not really going with that. How does that stack up, do you think, towards IS4s and mainly the 277? Because like with the 277, you trade that alpha and that DPM basically. You sort of have the same sturdy turret, but I think the 113 can side scrape a little better.
Yeah, but it's also the 113 has that DPM, right? And it does matter in this regard. And the 113 gun is just, more enjoyable than the 277's gun, to be honest.
Now we do see, sort of 1-2 line opening by Opor here, but they're also sending tanks towards the 7-8 line, the 113 and the Eskong there, and that double B can be very, very good at punishing onto the hill if tanks actually get spotted there. But so far, Babirne, we just see everyone booking it down the 0 line, the Batchat and the 50B together with the 277 spearheading the charge, and I think Opor is sort of baiting themselves away from the 2-cap.
Yeah, I've seen them play against us before though, in the case of Opor. And it didn't go to Abel. And Berna is like, okay, Opor brings this super aggressive lineup. We're just gonna go over the hill. Let them have the rest of the map. We don't care. We play over the hill, and we see from there.
And now the Eskong here in the 8-line Panz Fury actually able to spot all of the tanks going over the 2-cap, and this is of course springing a reaction from Opor, just sending tanks towards that 2-cap immediately.
I like this though, but look at this. Look at this from Berna. They're not just capping behind the A-line, they're immediately pushing through, establishing the window position at A4. They spot out DJ Weed as well in his 50B. That's Mark, Hanf, and Timmy there establishing, and they're denying the lineup from Opor to take back the positions that they would want, like that A4 window to reset. Hero is now spotting out the 8 line, but he needs to be really careful because he's about to meet a very large and substantial amount of tanks coming from Opar straight towards him or towards his IS4s. We'll have to see what they decide to go for with the lineup, because 14 seconds left. Panzer Fury here getting clipped in the side by Toby already. Mark and Timmy just putting that cap pressure. DJ is now forced to push in as well. 7 seconds. There has to be a reset here coming out from Opar. T-Sec pushing from behind. Richek from the front. But this is gonna cost Opar so much. Can the tanks from Burner actually focus out the guns here from Opar? Richard now. Richek forced back in that 50B. He got the decap, and now Burner comes. They have to get more connections than Opor did in this scenario. They're now focusing on towards Rexar, who is surviving on 230-ish HP, and so far so good actually from Opor. They were forced to come and reset, but they're still holding on.
Yeah, they're still holding on, but there's a one-on-one actually going on in the 4 line here, where the 50B from DJ is still trying to hold on pretty low HP. Now Toby is off of reload. This is forcing T-Tech away, and Hero should be able to pick up the 113. There we go. And now we are in a 4v4, and Birne right now down 1.5k HP. So the focus fire from the Invil players, and probably also the penetrations, just making it work in their favor right now.
Yeah, I know Burning here coming back with those IS4s on towards the cap actually gave Opor something to push on. Panzer Fury now picks up Smee. Good start there for Panzer Fury, using that second possibility.
Oh, that was a
Toby
bounce.
shooting on the move,
Second
missing
bounce.
another one. Keyhand would hit both of those.
True.
No joke whatsoever in that regard. But yeah, Burning here, they looked to have a play. But I think Keyhand, personally, that double IS4 that pushed back on towards the cap, it gave Opor something to push.
Yeah, something to actually collapse on, because up until then it was looking sort of fine. It was just that Birne couldn't get those last shots to actually take out those guns out of the game, which is crucial in 7v7. And now Seppa's here in his one-shot 50B getting picked up by DJ, and it's only Toby left here with his Batchat, who is driving away to, yeah, just, I guess, get more time on their defensive loss. Or actually attacking loss, sorry, but like, yeah, I guess he's just gonna reload once more and think how he can possibly turn this around, because there is 2 one-shots, and every tank in the enemy team theoretically is a 1-clip, but if he continues with the shooting that we've seen onto the 113 in the 8 line, that's not gonna happen.
Wow, yeah. But yeah, I liked what they did on 2A4, pushing the IS4s there, and then they realized they might get pushed on the 8 line, or the 6 line, but those IS4s had actually pushed into the cap. Opor committed to reset. They committed Rishek and T-Sec to make sure that the reset came out, right? But then they were able to turn the guns and use the fact that they have those quick DPMing tanks and those 50Bs to kill those IS4s on the cap. And then there was this IS4 from A4 as well, who pushed out against DJ. You can see him on the left there. I'm not sure what happened in this, because that was kind of a 1v1, and it seems like DJ came out ahead.
Yeah, Toby now not deciding to peek anymore at this corner here. And yeah, the Opor players just happily waiting until the Batchat drives into their guns, basically. The Batchat now, I guess, is he gonna start capping here to force out the Opor players? Because theoretically he has enough time for that, but obviously if he stays in the cap, then they're just gonna collapse onto him, and he has no chance. So Toby looking for openings, but I don't think there are any.
No, if anything, they're just talking about the next round.
Yeah.
Toby cannot win this. I mean, his nickname is not Super Toby, so, you know.
He's looking for approaches, though. Gotta give him that. But as soon as he finds Conrad, then he needs to connect every single shot and not take more than 1 shot by Conrad. But with the intra clip by the Batchat, like 2.7 seconds, I don't think that's even possible. He is gonna spot out the S-Conk of Panz Fury first. There we go. Panz Fury not connecting, or he does connect his HE, but he doesn't pen it. So Toby down to 1060 now, and yeah, Toby started with his clip. Now the HE penetration's actually coming in, and it's going to be Kubash to pick him up.
Yeah, Kubash picks him up, and that is Opor winning a round, which we'll have to hear the analysts later talk about, which, in my opinion, should be lost for the side of Opor, because it's one of the downsides of their lineup that if somebody does this and they're not in position to deal with it, a team can establish the cap, and then they're forced to commit their tanks to reset.
I think a huge part of this is going to be the penetration ratios. 5-3-3, 5-5-4. So far, nothing
No,
really bad.
They just didn't get to shoot.
Yeah,
enough.
they just didn't get to fire a lot. So yeah, the penetration ratio is actually pretty okay. For the side of Invil, just about the same picture, I would say.
Yeah, not really different, except for a few perfect hit ratios. Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly that the Ice Force pushing onto the cap is what we're Burn. How are you supposed to say it properly? Because people are like, you're not saying it's German enough.
What are you trying to say here?
The team name of Burne.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, they said. How are you supposed to say it properly?
Birne.
Yeah, whatever.
It means
I'm over it.
What?
I was just looking for the
Birne. Birne, just Birne. Anyway, Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf are done. That means we are heading over to Steps, and I think it's going to be Birne who will actually start defending here. So maybe a Ray of Hope. A Ray of Hope also for mine, because if Opor wins that one, I think I predicted 4-1. We'll have to see. Obviously, I did predict 4-1, yes.
Predict 4-1.
So
I know at your age, remembering things that you did an hour ago is a little hard, but we're always here for you.
Don't worry, you'll get there eventually, Ducky.
20 years from now.
What are you implying? There is no 3 in front of my age so far, okay?
Yeah, 326, dude. Yeah, that doesn't really mean much.
Okay, man. Okay. Anyway, Steps map video, and it's going to be a switch up once again. From Himmelsdorf to Steps, obviously. The information game is very different from how it plays out on Himmelsdorf. On Himmelsdorf, you basically try to spot some crosses with people in the window. Here, once again, you can even pick T100s to get those spots in.
Yeah, but not that many people opt for that T100 though on Steps. It's always it depends what side you're playing on. On defense, you don't really need a T100 depending on the way you play on. In attack, having a T100 is a nice addition because you're able to get info early without running the risk of your tank taking damage. And Birne, one Kran, 4 S-Kongs, a CS63, and an E3.
That E3 is kind of curious. Normally, what you see on Steps defense is more like a Badger, because it's lower. So if you put it to the north of the rails, then it's too low so that people cannot shoot from across the rails into this. He does head to that northern A4 position, however. Doesn't seem to be concerned about it. 2 Super Kongs with Smee and Fatih sort of chilling in the back, then 1 S-Kong with Hero driving towards the eastern side of the map, where also Toby is driving with a CS63, and Seppa's just playing anchor close to the 1 cap.
Maybe they want to E3 for alpha damage. They're like...
I mean, also the E3 has considerably more pen on the APCR than the Badger. I think the Badger APCR pen is kind of low.
Yeah, it's a shame for them that they don't have the Minotaur that they could play in that position yet,
That's something for the future tournaments, possibly. But yeah, very passive opening by Opar, to be honest.
They're just figuring out what's happening. They use Reshek to see the kind of game style Birne is throwing against them. They see the crown crossing. They know that there could be a CS at A2 because Reshek wouldn't spot the CS at A2. So they know where Steppers is. They know where the crown is. They know that there's most likely somebody at A4. So for Opor, you assume that it's 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. You know at least 3, and you might know a 4th. So we have pretty good info.
And indeed, Opor, after spending 1.5 minutes with collecting the info, now seems to make a decision to push one of the sides. We'll have to see if it's 9-0 or the 1-2 line that transitions basically into an A-line push. But as the IS-7 is driving sort of towards the east, I guess they are going to go with that 9-0 attack to aggress onto the 2 cap, but Toby should be able to see the heavy sort of early and still have time to run away.
Yeah, the CS there could already be in turbo mode to run away, or he could do one shot and run away in the meantime. They're just pushing up DJ though as the first information gatherer, because they don't want to show these Wonder teams. They don't want to show Kubash and his IS-7 either. All they want to do right now is to figure out if there's somebody spotting. They did that with DJ. They figured out, okay, there is somebody spotting, which gives them the info as well that the CS is not at A2, but that the CS is most likely in 0 line. I mean, there's not going to be an Eskong sitting here. So that tells Opor again more information. So now they're guaranteed they know where 4 tanks are. So they should be able to make a decision if they want to continue this play, or if they want to rotate out of it. They have 5 minutes, so they still have a little bit of time for it if they wanted to. But it seems like they're just grouping up to actually just go for this side.
By the way, Toby mind gaming a little. In the group stage, he was actually using the tree to the left to spot, but now he's using the lower one. That's why DJ's blind shots, probably watched the replays, are not connecting. And now we see the double IS-7, and the Kran is probably going to peak as well at some point in time. Yeah, double IS-7 getting spotted, and also 1-1-13 with Rexa. So that's a lot of information for the side of Birne, but Hero is actually taking a lot of damage here.
Wait, how did this happen to Hero?
I think the Kran clipped out, but yeah,
How?
it should never happen.
No, the question is how, Key. How does he get clipped by a Kran and an Eskong behind the dune there?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know who asked it, and that was you. Yeah, Hero, that's not going to help, especially with the Amarak here, down to 1.1k HP, and your DPM cut in half. That's
still hard to assault. It's still really, really hard to go for this base. Base number 2 is still a very, very hard base to contest because of those Eskongs that are able to peak and reset the cap, for example, even on HE. And now Reshek actually pushing up in the middle is going to spot out the E3 crossing back over. That should spring Opor into actually going forward, though. They know where the Kran is, they know where the E3 is, they know where another Eskong is. So now you can see them collectively in a second or two press onto the cap to put the hurt onto Birne here. And the issue is that Hero is normally the tank that overpeaks and resets. But there is one thing that Opor doesn't have, and it's like a tank at G0, but still Hero has to be so careful here because of his HP being this low.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see him now with APCR getting that shot into DJ, so he's still able to sort of get those resets in, but the IS-7 seem to be not interested anymore in this, as they actually do start over-pushing onto Hero, both of them connecting, unfortunate with their rolls, but it's not really going to matter, as T-Shek in the Kranbang is going to pick it up, but once again, there now is the second Super Conqueror here, and T-Shek for exposing here, actually paying a lot of HP, does convert his third shot in the clip here, and now Smee getting overpeaked by Kubash, and DJ also down to 1k. Hanfoga in the back will probably have to try to penetrate the turrets of the IS-7s even.
Which he can do, actually, with that E3 pen is enough, because also you have to remember it's 2 minutes, and Birne right now is not in trouble, Keyhand. They're not like Fame in most of the recent tournaments. They are not in trouble whatsoever. They have still Smee in position with Vati and Steppers pressuring as well, who can then peek up as well and reset. So they should be fine at this moment in time to get those resets. Like, yes, it's, you know, you gotta reset with HE from time to time. It's not always the greatest. And now Hanofka is E3 actually getting shot by Reshek from behind. That is annoying. He's going to be forced to push forward because of this.
Yeah, exactly, and this might actually spiral a bit out of control here for Birne if they actually need to commit onto this because of the T100 behind them. Once again, the E3 not connecting into the IS-7s. But yeah, Hanfoga, ooh, he's also lost his loader here. So
But
we'll
he probably does have brothers in arms, you would assume, for this as well. In 1 minute 30 seconds now, DJ trying to wrap around the outside, abandoning the cap again. In the meantime, you see the push down zero line. Panzer Fury, Rexar, Conrad pushing forward, but Timmy Steppers is there already as well, and Vadi double Escom kind of crown in the situation here. Tisek though with another good clip in that crown wagon on just 9 HP, able to do another full clip on towards the burner tanks, and now it's 1 minute, and Kubash picks up the E3, and now Rex are pushing forward to pick up Seppers, and it's actually going very well for Opor at the end game scenario here. They need to make some kills, they need to pick up the tanks out of the game here, so that there is no potential to cap for the side of Opor, because that's the play that they have to do. Nice from Timmy, a good final connection, and he wants to pick up Kubash, he wants to pick up DJ, one of the two. Can he get the connection on towards it? He's aiming for it a very long time. No! Conrad picks it up in time, and now it's 30 seconds, and they will have the time with the triple cap pressure to finish it out. And Rishek and 1v1 Toby in the meantime, and that T100 coming from behind, pushing the E3 out of position as well. Opor getting away with it.
Opor indeed getting away with it, and I think they are able to cap out in time, but Rishek also able to pick up the CS. So Opor in the first match of the day are gonna lock in the 4-1 victory, and also my first prediction victory of the tournament here. So congratulations to them for making it to the upper bracket final already, and we're gonna see Birna later today, I believe, against Goodnight Nomi.
Birna here. Again, this round they seemed fine, but like this Escom losing this amount of HP on Hero on a very important position. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he didn't expect the crown to be able to push up zero line and got caught off position. And then Rishek actually pushing the E3 out of position was a great play from him.
Yeah, Rishek taking that A4 position, basically being able to double push and just backstab completely.
And Tisek doing 4k damage when he was like
a
one-shot. He did like one clip and maybe 1 or 2 more shots extra, which is, he should never get away with that.
So in the end, the team of Birna so far not able to to put a lot against what the Opor players were throwing at them. So I would say in the end, an expected result, sort of.
Yeah, expected indeed. But Birna showing that there are potential for them. They didn't deliver on it fully. They have a few mistakes here or there, but they do get a second chance.
They will get a second chance, that is later today, but I think, Ducky, that's quite enough from us for the time being. Let's head over and hear what the analysts have to say, especially about the Birna attack round on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, guys, for the first match of the day. It was a BO7, the win 4-1 for the Polish team. As they mentioned, expected victory from the Polish team, right?
Expected victory, definitely, but the round difference was pretty huge. I didn't expect it to be so different. I mean, we have seen that Birna could have easily won the steps defense, and Birna also could have probably easily won the Himmelsdorf attack. We will get to the replays quite quickly, but here we see the updated tournament bracket.
So yeah, as you mentioned, I think Birna probably underperformed with what they had. They possibly had that victory on the Proko attack. They were lacking some time. They definitely had the victory in that Himmels attack. Few mistakes made, maybe the lack of experience. And there, this step map, probably a 1-1 map where you usually win the defense. So actually, I think Opor, with the good trade there, taking the 4-1 victory and moving straight to the match number 5 that will be covering tomorrow against either All of Nitsi and Cutie Pie, and this match is going to be fire magic.
It is going to be fire indeed. Birna though is down to the lower bracket to fight against Goodnight Nomi later on today, after we are done with the All of Nitsi Cutie Pie match, and they will have to fight for survival there in the BO5.
Yeah, so they had some pretty interesting tactics. Maybe they were a bit slow on the rotations and they made a few mistakes. And we know that Goodnight Nomi is a very experienced team. They had some great results in the past WoT7s. Maybe they had a bit of an underperformance during the group stage, but I guess that we don't have to judge the team based on that performance, and that they can bring a lot during that playoff stage. But the replays are really magic, and we're talking.
Indeed, it is Prokhorovka, and Birna is pushing the 1-2 line with the 4 tanks, double IS-7, double CS against this simple S-Conk of T-Sec. But what you should pay attention to is looking at the time, because it is already very late in the game here.
So yeah, they managed to get the pick, but the trades were fine for the side of Opor because they were all the time HP up. The Seskunk managed to do like 5 shots, almost 6, so it was really great. They didn't use that light to probably outspot him and just get the shots from E1. They were lacking sometimes and they had to make that push. And later on there was like no times left at all. Magic, they had to keep pushing, and that was just good for the side of Opor.
Indeed, they just didn't have enough time to rotate and properly repush the K line. They had to push the side on which the enemy was already ready and waiting for them, and that didn't work out. As you can see, pretty decisive victory for the side of Opor on their Prokhorovka defense.
So yeah, the first round we mentioned that Biena was probably lacking the experience and were a bit slow, but next up Opor on the attack with the 5-6 line push. That's something we can see happening sometime in the 15v15 tournaments. They managed to do that in the 7v7 format also, and Biena without any tanks around A6 around the bushes to punish this.
Well, Rexar still takes a lot of damage here and goes down to a one-shot, but what is really important and seals the deal here is Kubashi's play on the 0 line. This play is really unexplainable.
But that's a massive mistake from the side of the Polish player. Kubac just going down for free. The S-Kunk and the SCRV just getting the damage down here, and later on you had Hopo with the just like a try that was not good enough, pushing the 1-2 lines, the 4-30 with the proxy spot, and you could see the HP in favor of Birne with the defense, solid defense from the side of the German team.
At this point, the HP is already massively up for Birne, as you say as well, and the amount of tanks that Opor has, also super conks to push with, it is really tough. It was really a decisive victory for Birne as well, with which they equaled the scoreline 1-1.
Yeah, and next up it was Himmelsdorf Magic, and we actually saw one of the big weakness in this defense from Birne. These 277, you cannot just play like this and give up the hill for free, because this tank can just die combined from the windows in the G line and the hill. That's exactly what happened, and then Opor with the one tank advantage just kept on pushing to get the kills. That was the ask for next.
Really, it is really tough to go on from there, because it's a 6 versus 7 essentially, because of the position not being tested thoroughly enough. And from that point on, Opor is a good enough team to know what position to push next, which tank is singled out, and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, it was really a donation, I'd say, for the side of Oppo, because they have experience on that map. They're really good on rotation on Himmelsdorf, trying to analyze the enemy opening. There's like an unlucky Bachat that's disconnected in this round, but I think the tactic overall was still not the greatest. So good stuff from Oppo, but then the attack, Birne, and we expected a win there, but that didn't happen.
Birne has a huge chance to equalize here. Look at the minimap. Birne is able to take A4 control with 3 IS4s basically for taking 2 shots on Hanfoga. At this point, surely everybody was like, the match is won for Birne, but it didn't end there.
I think there's a big mistake from the side of Birne, which is to not triple cap straight, to actually force Oppo to almost suicide with the fastest tanks that are the 50 bits to get the decaps. Only a 2 pressure cap, so Oppo just on time, like 5 seconds till they got the decap on those 2 tanks at the corner, and then they managed to get the 50 bits in, do their clip and die, and it was just like the tanks that were just better DPM wise and the skill.
The single shooters of Opor just could put their DPM out. The B4 IS4 that stayed there died, and in the end, Toby and his Batchat stayed alive with no real chance of clutching this round. Triple the HP, and 3-1 the score was.
So yeah, next up we had Step, and we possibly expected Birne to take the victory on the defense, but we started with a huge mistake from Hero, probably overpicking to try to get some shots on the IS-7's crossing, and getting a full clip from the Kran. That was big from Opor, because it's really hard to win this attack.
That's definitely a huge mistake from Hero. He's also the one holding over the cap. Here we can see that Opor made a good play by peeking over and deleting Hero. But this wouldn't have been possible if Hero didn't overpeak for losing 1400 HP in his Super Conk earlier.
Yeah, so maybe Du's mistake, the lack of experience on that team. There is potential, but when you play against a team like Opor, which is very experienced, that's a mix of a team in Vilgo and Poser we had from the last past tournaments. So really, really solid team, proving that they are one of the best. Again, finding the opening there on the attack to get the overmatch, and then the cap to finish this match on the scoreline of 4-1 Magic. That was a good performance.
Indeed, the group stage was also convincing, so Opar is definitely one of the teams that is a favorite here to win the tournament altogether. I mean, we will see the other upper bracket final quite soon as well, but I mean, Opar is already in the upper bracket final.
That was so close there. If you would actually manage to get the shot and the decap on one of the i7s, they could have won that defense. So yeah, like it was just details, I guess, this match. Like a lot of like few mistakes not happening from the side of Biene could just make them win some rounds. So good stuff from the Polish team. Biene in the losers bracket next. But before that, Magic, probably one of the best match of the day, if not the best one. It's Olovnici against QT
It's definitely, I would say, the most anticipated because QT is made of players that have already achieved many great things in the WoT7 format as well. And as we all know, Invil Holovnici, multiple-time champions, both in the 7v7 and the 15 versus 15 format, they are really a very tough opponent to play against.
Anyway, Magic, we have two beautiful casters to introduce the next match of the day. Kian and Daki, guys, take it away.
Alright, welcome back, and first of all, thank you for the lovely analysis. And as you said, we probably have the match ahead of us that is going to be played on the highest niveau today. We'll have to see, first of all. I mean, it is a I guess not newly formed team, but yeah, the QT with a lovely logo there under their captain Vervi here, and they're taking it on against a heavyweight in the WoT7 world, I would say. The Holovnici team around Monster, Call Me Piotr, like all of those names in there. They've proven in the past that they can win tournaments and do so convincingly.
Yeah, indeed. So that's a very, very strong team, but don't count out QT here. They have a lot of players with a lot of experience in 7v7s, in 15v15s. So they're definitely a good team. They also, if I am not wrong, came out pretty strong out of their group.
Indeed, they came out very, very strong. Those were the pick and bans, and immediately we're hopping into that first map that is going to be Mines. Now, caster predictions, most of us going with the Holovnici team here, but Magic, a member of the Quell family here, going with the QT.
Phil put in my prediction wrong. He asked me, I was still streaming, and I said a 4-2 for QT. I just want to throw that out there. I'm also on the QT train. I already voted for the Envil team on the last one. This one, I'm voting for the QT team. But anyways, here we can see the lineups: Triple E5, Triple CS, an IS7 for QT, Holovnici with the double 113, the IS4, the double 277, and the double CS.
Exactly. By the way, those E5s from the QT team, those suggest some immediate aggression towards the middle and going for a shootout here, because yeah, they just have that DPM since they're buff. They have that heat which easily goes through basically anything, and also the triple CS is gonna make its way up the hill. Now 1 CS, Monster is pushing the 277s here, so it is going to be 4v3 and double heavy tank on the hill immediately. No bleed on the Holovnici tanks whatsoever going onto the hill, and Zavistar now getting caught off guard, getting set on fire. That's going to be an easy pickup for the team of Holovnici.
Yeah, Holovnici there with probably a strategic advantage in this one, and Zavistar probably too slow to realize that he cannot stay there, he cannot take this fight. He should have backed off like he saw the likes of Jakefa and iTalks do, but at this point it's already down and out for the QT team, and this is great for Holovnici because not only are they looking to pick up this round, they are picking up this round, but they're also picking it up in like 2 minutes at best, which is great if it ever comes down to tiebreaker. And that CS is being boosted there. QT didn't have an answer for it.
No, Holovnici just with that double CS boosting the double 277, immediately getting that hill priority, and those E5s getting rotated on the hill just too late. Also, Never in the IS7 was completely out of the game, not really able to contribute with his limited IS7 DPM, and Holovnici just immediately showing what they're made of. Vervi here is probably going to get, no, not even the pickup as Monster kills him, and now Never getting focused out as well. So very, very good stuff here by Holovnitsi, but QtPie showing that they're not afraid to go into a brawl.
Yeah, no, but getting beaten at it. And I think you could see there, don't want to bash too hard on player mistakes, but Drakify going behind a rock there to try and be safe, while Itox running around the hill to also get safe, while Zavistar staying. This is a crucial factor there already. You can't know how it would go with the E5s. You have to make an instant reaction in QtPie's place here. You have to send immediately the E5s on the hill. You don't have a choice anymore when you commit on this. You have to send the E5s up straight and keep the CSs alive until the E5s actually arrive, right? But Savistar already out. They were able to transition onto Drakify, who also lost his loader, so that didn't help in his 1v1 against Monster there either. But losing Zavistar there, you can't know 100% how it's going to go if he runs away. But you could say that it probably would be a lot closer if the E5s go up. Not saying that QtPie would win. I don't think they would, probably still, because Holovnitsi would still get damage against the CSs one way or another. But it would have been much closer because now they just got kind of washed.
Yeah, I mean, Zavistar staying there, I don't think that was by intention. I think he just got double-tracked there and then set on fire.
I'm pretty sure he switched modes.
Yeah, that is, by the way, also something you need to keep in mind. Basically, all of the tanks from QtPie on the hill, they still need to change their mode. So that's going to be, first of all, they're going to be inaccurate for the first shot.
Zavistar shouldn't even have switched modes. I don't think Drakify nor Itox switched the turbo into fighting modus. They just try to take safe positions.
The thing I was going to go at is that first of all, Holovnitsi have more tanks on the hill, and half of them don't need to switch modes, right? They're going to be accurate. I mean, it's still 277s, but they're going to be semi-accurate from the get-go, from the start of the fight. Whereas all of those CSs by QtPie, they still need to think, well, when can I actually switch mode to have acceptable gun handling? That is also something to take into account. And yeah, those E5, they just got to the hill too late. They probably drove like as fast as they could, but I think that was a beautiful decision by Holovnitsi.
Against speed boosted 277s, it's hard with the E5. But yeah, they would have to drive us straight. When they see this, when it was spotted, they would have to keep driving straight with the E5s, have the CSs play in some sort of safe spot. I think Fabian was behind the rock in that area. There's another one on the right. I think that would have probably been even safer for him. You can get rammed off of that part. But that was what they needed. It's not what happened. Holovnitsi with a good read, a good initial, just going for the fight, knowing that they have more tanks on the hill, and the rest of the tanks, you know, the 113s that were behind, they were just in positions to punish and push over the middle, or if QtPie went onto the hill. So for them, it was perfect.
Yeah, so that is convincing 1-0 for Holovnitsi on one of the, if not the most defensive-sided map in the pool currently. Mine's attack normally is considered to be very, very hard to pull off, and Holovnitsi just made it look extremely easy. Yeah, this means that we'll hop into match number 2. QtPie now going to be attacking with triple CS, double E5, 1277 and an IS4. Meanwhile, Holovnitsi, double E5, 1 S-Conk, double 277 and double IS7.
Yeah, the Holovnitsi lineup does not say that they're going towards the hill because it is 7 heavies, Gihan.
7 heavies, so that should be some HP advantage.
I mean, they could still go towards the hill and go fight. It depends on how Holovnitsi wants to hold base number 1. With this lineup, it's more like you go towards the middle with a lot of tanks still, and you shoot if they try to cross towards 1-2, and if they don't, you get like an IS7 established into H1, for example.
Now, QtPie opening, sending triple CS towards the hill. We'll have to see if they get punished for that one. Indeed, one shot taken for 420 by Jakifar here. Other than that, not really any punishment happening as the CS is established on the hill. Piotr probably a bit lucky that he doesn't get hit here. Jakifar trying to get a shot into him, and indeed does. Zavistar missing his respective one, and now the E5 starting to get rotated.
Yeah, now the E5 is rotating out. The CSs did establish the hill, but Holovnitsi is quite content with this, personally. They have the IS7 established in H1, they have the IS7 in F3, but never to spot if they try to go towards the 2 line. So info is there for Holovnitsi. and the rest of their tanks will be focused towards the cap number 1. The only thing I see for them, which they don't have, is, for example, the IS-4 downly their crossing takes another shot of damage, even one missing, because Mentos is very far forward, spotting him out. There is a position that you can punish this from, though, with the broken building where Ali is now. If you go towards the bush with the rock, you can shoot this 277.
Also, you can see here that a lot of the buildings that are in this little village here got destroyed. Like, all of the destructible buildings are just gone here. So good preparation by Holovnici, just opening up more angles, more lines of fire to punish onto the crossing tanks. And you can see Skirpi, he had to wait a long time before actually being able to cross without taking damage. Finally, he can do so unspotted, but that is good stuff by Holovnici. Just, you know, that one shot here, that one shot there, it all adds up in the end, and right now it's like 2k HP advantage for the team in red.
2k advantage, yeah. Strong start for them here. Now they want to get Skirpi and that IS-4 established on towards the building, probably. Ali here trying to see if he can play with the bush to pressure Mentos and Lucky. But the good thing for Holovnici here is that Ali driving towards the building takes another shot. That's 3k deficit now. Is that the E5 and 277? And Piotr can actually play against this IS-4 that might push up at some point.
Now Lucky cannot really play there anymore. Because he is the E5 and he sort of has this cupola that can be targeted. Now Ali and Mentos trading it out here. Ali, obviously, with that 277, yeah, it can somewhat side scrape, but you have this shoulder plate that easily gets penetrated, and we can see Ali now down to 1k, not even moving after that one, after driving to cover again, probably annoyed with himself after that peak.
Yeah, he overplayed the position there a little bit. 277 is not a Wonder-13. It does not side scrape that well. It can get banned, and look how much distance Piotr took already in the IS-7. Never rotated from the tree line under the hill. They're up 3000 HP, and Piotr has the full 1-2 line coverage now. So what does PewDiePie do? How do they find a way into this game? They're trying to peek out against Never, but Never getting out of that. So another attempt here. They wanted to catch Never off guard, but Never smartly reversing out, just doing fine.
Yeah, and look at what kind of plays Piotr is allowed to make in his IS-7. Like, they, at this point in time, they know that 2Cup is not going to get attacked by PewDiePie with only 4 minutes remaining, at least for the next 2 minutes or so. And that is so much information for the Polish team here that they just get gifted for free. It's like complete free reign by the IS-7 here. He was allowed to make a cross that should normally get punished, but there was no one even to spot it here. So that is a huge amount of information. Finally, the CSs dropped from the hill, but I think Itox even took some damage for that. So yeah, it's just starting to add up here or stacking up against PewDiePie in this round.
The only thing that PewDiePie has here is that there's not much 1-2 line defense left. There's Piotr.
Yeah,
he is the 1-2 line defense.
There is Piotr, and he does have one of the tank in G5 to sort of cover him if he does spot the 1-2 cap. Now Triple CS gonna get pushed over the island, and that might be good for PewDiePie because there is not a lot to punish them. There is not a lot to even spot them early here. So
they should not go with all three.
Yeah.
They shouldn't go with all three. They should only go with 2 IMO.
So Zavistar getting spotted out now, and they are indeed attempting to cross with all 3 here.
Because they were going to repush the hill.
Yeah.
Holovnici is going to repush the hill, and there's only 2 E5s watching the middle right now. Piotr is going to drive forward. They kind of needed somebody on the island for this.
Yeah, Piotr now trying to make that cross through the water to get through a safe position. Like, yeah, he is going to bleed a lot for that, but if he actually reaches that, that is going to be huge. Yeah, indeed, he does reach it, and now Dandliboy would be the one that has to counter Piotr out of there because the CSs can't really do it against the side-scraping IS-7. And Hillary push is happening, and Piotrix with a good shot into Vervi. Vervi trying to get out of it, trying to somehow get away from all of those red tanks here. Lucky now down to 500, but Vervi is going to take another one from Piotrix here.
Yeah, but Verbi actually made it off the hill, so that kind of equalizes the HP. Ali did go down in the meantime. The CS is here trying to snipe the lower plate, and Jakafa actually getting lucky for the first time in his life, if you ask him. Snipes the lower plate there. Danley's now pushing up on the island to counter the i7, but still the middle is weak here for the side of PewDiePie, because it's just the e5 and the is4 under the hill. Mentos here fancies, he wants to go, but realizes he can't. Now the S-Conk is coming in as well for the side of
Time,
Hollow.
though.
Time, of course. Time is always an issue, Kian.
Yeah, time is a huge factor in this right now. Dantley can't really push onto Piotr here because he would get farmed by Sokar and Monster. And now that IS-7 Piotr, that with a beautiful crossplay onto the 2-line, is able to continuously punish. And now the whole of Nitsi tank firmly up in HP, 3.5k as of now, are just starting the mop-up operation here, even starting to push out into that southwestern area. Jakifa and Vervi immediately biting the dust. And Xavier Star probably going to be the next focus.
Probably the next focus, but it's kind of done and dusted at this point, as you would say. I still think 3CS down 1-2 is probably too much. You usually have somebody going 3-line to counter the exact thing the i7 just did from Piotr going under, which would then not pull Danley out of position from the middle either, if you know what I mean. Vervi already made a great play by running away from the hill. So I think 2 would have been enough for PewDiePie. If they make it with 2, Piotr has to deal with the 3-line CS. If he tries to cross over, the 3-line CS farms him and kills him. He can even put cap pressure or go back towards the middle. But like this, they had 3 CSs stuck in J1, K1, and then Danley had to come from the middle. And even if, when they killed Piotr, right, which they cost so much to actually kill him, they lost the middle.
Yeah, they completely did, and now we can see just Hollow of Nitsi able to secure crossfire positions. Yes, Mentos drops down to like 1 shot, but little is he gonna care. It's just trying to get more damage at this point. Piotr's still able to pick up Danley, and with this, the time does run out. Skirpy, the last survivor here for the team of PewDiePie, they let one live to tell the tale of how they just lost their Mines attack and also their Mines defense. So Hollow of Nitsi immediately after 2 rounds up 2-0.
Up to 0, and not what you want to see in this match. You know, sometimes with the match of the day, or how you ever want to call it, sometimes you get disappointed.
And so far it is somewhat letting us down here. Hollow of Nitsi just showing up too strong, too convincing, just all the answers in place here for the Polish team. And the international one from the PewDiePie is not really looking up to the task as of now.
No. But everything can still change here, Kihand. We talked about Mines defense being the favorite side there, and PewDiePie, they were down in this game from the beginning, and it never got better. Ali there taking the build, like taking shots crossing over, then taking shots going to the building, then peeking too much, taking like 1, 2, 3 straight to the face, being stuck there. Then they have to rotate and make a play, and they're even, you know, very lucky that Verbi was able to get off the hill, because normally Verbi doesn't make it off the hill there whatsoever. And then they just minus another tank, and Ali dies in the meantime, then a -2. And even if Piotr dies, then there's no coming back on Mines. So Hollow just, you know, on Mines just better, like straight up better. Better strats, better openings, better reads. The only issue here for Hollow was the 1-2 line defense, you know, because Piotr came under the 3 line, which probably wasn't the best play for him. He did survive very long afterwards, though, but that again came down to PewDiePie pushing it with too much at that moment in time. Okay,
so that was basically the first map pick going in the Polish team's favor. Now we have steps coming up, and that was actually the PewDiePies picking it. So hopefully there it goes better for them. Obviously after that we would see if it comes to it Morowanka and possible tiebreaker also Moro? Okay. Sorry, Prokhorovka and then Murasa. That was just me not reading properly.
You have your glasses on, or?
I do, actually. I do.
Maybe you have to visit your optician to get the strength revised.
Probably, probably. But yeah, steps coming up. We already saw steps being played in between Opor and OM. And OM looked sort of okay-ish on their defense until they didn't. So I'm...
yeah.
I mean,
it was great until
it
wasn't.
Yeah.
Nice. It looked amazing, and then all of a sudden it wasn't amazing anymore.
But yeah, obviously it is the pick by PewDiePie, so they were probably hoping to get their Mines defense here. So now being down 2-0, what does that do with the team, Ducky?
It depends on the team. It honestly depends on the team. Some teams handle this better than other teams. Some teams don't handle this at all, and they just like spiral in anger, despair, and lots of copium.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, there are some known copium enjoyers in the team of QtPie, but yeah, the map video is announcing to us that it won't be long until we will see the third round in between both of those. And for the sake of the match, I just hope that we get to see more than 4 rounds, i.e. that QtPie is going to start picking up at least a round or two here. I think it's going to be the Holovnici team defending. It's going to be QtPie attacking here. And let's see what the lineups hold for us. All right, so Holovnici going with the Badger together with a Batchat, triple S-Conk and double Kran. QtPie on the other side going with triple 113, 1 Kran, 1 S-Conk, 1 Batchat and a T100.
Yeah, and the T100 there, we saw already that the T100 can have a massive impact in the grand scheme of things, because of the fact that we saw Rich like kind of break open the defense from Berne at some point.
Yeah, that was that point where the match switched from being okay for OM to not being okay anymore, and that is, yeah, just a straight-up East commitment here by QtPie, sending their T100 to the other side to spot something out. Interestingly enough, the T100 going with Rammer, Vents, and Low Noise spots out the Crown.
Spots out the Kran, that's pretty standard there to actually spot it out. He goes for a deeper spot here to try and maybe see the S-Conk, but he doesn't get that. But he has the info on the Kran, and we talked about it already between Berne and Opor, that you see the Kran, okay, you know there might be a tank at A2, in this case that would be the Batchat, and you know there's something at A4, and you assume the S-Conk is at C5. You know 4 positions.
So a lot of information already for them, and now they are... That was a blind salvo, I guess, and that is something you don't see very often on Steps attack, that you push up with 3 heavy tanks towards the middle, because I think that's what's about to happen here.
I'm not sure what these 3 heavies are going to do.
Yeah, right now they're standing there menacingly. Kranbang now also getting rotated, but yeah, that is some weird stuff. I guess they're just waiting for the Kranbang and then they pull the trigger and go. Danley already further forwards than Skirpy and Burby, but yeah, finally the Kran also arrives, so I guess now we're gonna see what they wanna do. No? Yes? Maybe? That is weird.
Maybe they're trying to blind fire the guy too.
Do they actually have the range for this though?
I know you're the argument.
Yeah, like after 720 meters or something, the shells do time out. But yeah, they're trying to blind fire the Batchat, but I don't know. No connection so far, and now they are going to start advancing through the middle here finally. Took them long enough.
I don't know where this train is going to.
Through the middle of steps, I guess, but I don't know where it terminates. Probably right around in the C4 area.
I don't know what they're going to do with this, like, or trying to do with this.
Yeah, so Danley Boing, the selected one now to push up. I guess Danley wants to see if he gets spotted by A3.
Yeah, they want Monster to start shooting at him so that...
they can punish, yeah.
Yeah, but that's some giga shot gameplay there.
I mean, so far not really yielding any results, and I think Danley wants to get unspotted, and then he wants to see if he actually gets spotted from A3, and then the blind firing commences. But yeah, this all is costing time, and you don't have so much time as the attacker now. Danley finds the Badger, finds the S-Conk. That is more information for the team of QtPie, but information alone doesn't win you an attack. You also need to either cap or kill, and as you can see, so far, no damage being traded. At all.
I'm just wondering what these heavies from the middle are planning on doing or trying to do now. I mean, Lucky spotting. I think even Holo is confused a bit at this point, right? There's a singular 115 there.
Yeah. Obviously, no incentive for them to do anything because, like, that 113 right now, yeah, it does get information, it does get the spots out, but that's about it, right? There's nothing really that could properly punish. I mean, yeah, you can see the Super Conk in the F0 position.
Are they gonna push straight up and
punish
over onto
Never?
Never here, potentially?
Possibly. So they aren't spotted yet. Finally, Vervi does get spotted, so Never is gonna start turning around. Zavistar immediately taking hits in his Batchat. The focus fire not really there right now for the team of Holovnitsi, and that should be a good pickup on the S-Kong, but Piotr also there with his S-Kong to farm. The Kran Sokar already on reload. It's going to be Zavistar to pick up the S-Kong here, and those double 113s, they continue onto the Kranwagen.
Yeah, they try to continue onto the Kranwagen here. Sokar seems to be the next one on the chopping board, but I don't think they can continue for this. They will try to get another volley on him. Vuri connects, Kirpi connects as well. Sokar down towards the one shot, but Sokar is off of reload. If Sokar survives here, he can make another clip. That would be huge. And now Piotr has arrived as well in his S-Conk, and he's showing them that those 113s are something to behold. But now Skirpy looked like it was a little bit too far to go for Sokar one more volley, because now the entirety of Holovnitsi is here as Skirpy falls. Vuri is next, and this was too far for them to actually achieve, as now Fabian does what he does best, sit behind his teammates and baits them for damage. But he's gonna have to do a lot here to actually pull it back around.
Well, there is double cap going on with 19 seconds on it, but in comes the reset here. One further kill onto the Batchat, and Dandly Boy now the only one remaining in the cap, and even the Badger now getting pulled to the front. And yeah, it does turn out on the 9-0 line that the S-Conk is a pretty good tank when it's hold down.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the hold on tank.
And yeah, the Badger now, he can just over push, obviously. The Kranwagen.
I liked what PewDiePie did, though. I liked what they did. I just think that the Kran, it seems like Fabian's Kran wasn't really fast enough for this.
Yeah.
Like he was lagging behind, and the S-Kunk was a bit behind as well. And I think they went for a little bit too deep for Sokar. If they rammed and killed him, it would have been fine, but they didn't even ram him. If they went for the ram there against the Kran, they would have like killed him and potentially got now. You know what I mean? Because they ran over the Kran, but they didn't ram him. I think ramming him there and then shooting would give them the time needed to get out of there. But now they would try to go for the extra volley without killing the Kran, and then the S-Kung survived, and the Bat crossed over to the Rock in the meantime, and it was minus Skirpy and then minus Vuri. If they got the S-Kung of Never, I think it was Never, out of that, and then the Kran of Sokar, and were able to distance themselves again, it could have worked out. But I think they would have to run the Kran for it, kill him, and get out.
Yeah, and like this, the attack that for the most of it looked very, very interesting. Yeah, just falling to pieces as we take a look at the damage numbers. Never actually not able to get out more than one shot of damage. Just, I guess, bouncing on some people that pushed onto him. So I think as S-Kong, even when you have double 113 and the Batchat pushing you, you get out more than one shot of damage.
Yeah, Sokar getting 3 clips out there. I think he should have only gotten 1. Savi does get 4-4-3. Dies quickly after. I liked it what they did though, PewDiePie. It was interesting. You know, it was some not commonly seen kind of push that actually had potential. Like it looked weird at first, but that S-Kunk isolated. If they could have gotten the Kran out of that as well, they probably would have traded HP-wise negatively. But what they would have is the extra guns.
Yeah, they would.
And they would have the camp, which would force Holo with slower tanks to cross through the open.
So, yeah, I guess good thoughts, but the execution kind of lacking. And this now leads to a scoreline where it starts to get a bit hairy for the team of PewDiePie. Because
you think 3-0 is hairy?
Yeah.
You would be very optimistic, FC, then. If you think at 3-0, it's only looking like hairy. Yeah, it's 2-0, guys. I mean, it's there's this other FC, I think he's in the LTP team, and he once was up 3-0 against a certain team and said, it's fine, we can afford to lose a game, and then they lost in tiebreaker. I feel like that would be Yuki.
I'm just trying to, you know, not make it sound too rough for the team of PewDiePie right now, because...
oh, it's really rough. It has been rough since the beginning. The first round was rough, the second one was rougher. this one, had potential at least.
Yeah, even though they lost here, it sort of looked the best out of the 3 rounds that we saw, because I think the first round you have no shot of winning after that opening. The second one, yeah, you just get outgamed. And the third one now had some potential, had some new ideas, so at least there is that, but obviously that doesn't win you games and it doesn't win you matches either. So if we don't see a full clean reverse sweep coming out from the team of QtPie against some former champions, and I think Holovnici are still the reigning champions of the WoT7, they're gonna go down to the lower bracket rather soonish.
They are indeed going to go down to the lower bracket soonish, but Kihan, we have seen remontadas before that bring a team back into winning position. Let's hope for the sake of the match, Key, that at least QtPie is able to pick up the next one.
Alright, let's hope that they're able to do it. They bring a Batcher, a Batchat, triple S-Conk, double Kran, and for the side of Holovnici, triple 113, double IS-7, one S-Conk, one T100. Zavistar, they're knocking trees over on a position that normally is reserved for heavy tanks and snipers. Not really something that the Batchat is known for, both of it. And Holovnici, they sent the T100 to the west, and most of the other tanks are getting, at least the IS-7 is getting committed to the middle, and I guess the other heavy tanks are just there to snipe. Monster getting that spot onto the Kranbang, that's what we just saw in the game before as well. So at least that kind of opening is similar.
And you can see, you saw, who was it? Opar did exactly the same opening, if you remember.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's probably what we see here by Holovnici. They now have information on the Kran. For the Badger, you can be like 80% sure that he's in this A4 position, or 90% even. We have seen some other Badger positions, yeah, but like most of the teams are not experimenting with that. So far, 2 tanks are known from the defenders for the team of Holovnici. That is starting with 660 HP more.
So Kian, just to touch on your statement, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So that's why you haven't buffed the AMX 30B yet. Because it's just that good, right?
Yeah, because it has the DPM.
Yeah, trust me, dude. I was going to say something else first, but you wouldn't have had an answer for that one. So I decided to change it to the 30B.
Alright, anyway, Mental's now getting some information here with his T100 into the middle of the map. I mean, even not seeing people is information, right? So you can basically eliminate where tanks are not, and that just leaves so many positions where the tanks can be. But yeah, QtPie now in 2 minutes into this game, and not really a lot has happened. Holovnici is still in the information gathering process, I guess, before we see some decisive movement coming out.
And the Kran from Jackafa is pretty far pushed up, though. It's not always the greatest, because of the lineup of Holovnici is 6 heavies and the T100, right? So they can always roll around the corner, accept the Kran clip, and kill him.
I mean, there is the Batchat and the S-Conk in the back that can
I
probably shoot onto
understand,
it,
but gun in the game factor is important here, because we saw, for example, what Opar's Kran was just able to do, even on low HP, right? If you remember, even on low HP, he put in like 2 more clips, or 1.5 clips.
That is unfortunate timing, I think, for Jackafa right now.
We wouldn't spot it anyways. They're going in front of the hill. He does not spot this.
Yep. So Jackafa right now dropped down a little, doesn't want to, you know, open his turret up for crossfire. And now the team of Holovnici, it looks like they're putting all of their eggs in one basket, as we see the 113s lined up, the S-Conk, the IS-7s lining up. So I think sooner rather than later we are going to see a push coming out here, or at least, yeah, more control of the map secured.
Yeah, Jackafa is just trying to spot, but I think he'll be pretty, you know, why me when he sees all of these heavies literally rolling at him. And there we go. I mean, Jackafa now tries to run away, but I don't know if he's going to make this, because he's already taken 2 shots of damage. He's going to take a third one here by Piotr on the move. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, fire! Fabian burning out. The copium supplies are really hooked on right now, because that is what I was talking about. That Kran getting overrun A good execution there from Holovenitsi, actually able to pick up this Crown Wagon, and you don't want this to happen when you are the team of PewDiePie. Just losing the Crown, it would have been better for him to just sit there and clip at that point.
Yeah, and he got set on fire, and in between that, he even repaired his fuel tanks. So not the best of RNG for him today, and that is going to be basically a free pickup kill for the side of Holovenitsi that now have more HP here. And they also have the superior positions, because the thing is, Holovenitsi now has control over that 2-cap. So as soon as they put someone on it, which I think they should be doing soon, there we go, there the cap starts. This means that PewDiePie will have to repush at some point in time. And that's not really something you want to do, because Holovenitsi, like Lucky, he's in the back there. He is the lowest HP
It's not terrible
tank
for
there.
PewDiePie, Doki, because they have those tanks that are they have those hold-on tanks, right? And Holovenitsi has those brawling tanks. And as long as PewDiePie can keep it in a way that they're not getting pushed by a group, they are fine, because they can slowly win the trades, and they're working off of this. They very, very slowly want to start winning these trades here with the tanks that they have. Better guns, better hold down. It's hard for the tanks from Holovenitsi to really be able to do trades against this, because they're just outmatched in terms of tanks, right?
We'll have to see. I mean, Ali, he still has like 10 HE or something, so he can reset the IS-7.
He only has to do it every 30 seconds almost.
I mean, he can even sort of wait longer for this.
You don't want to waste too many of your HEs. I mean, he can still do it now because he has this many of them, but...
Yep. Now, the thing is, Mentos, because of the bad chat, cannot really take the A4 position that we saw the other T100 take
But
earlier.
Savage rotating here is good, though, because he puts pressure on that 113 that was coming through the outside, because they're trying to pick up Ali with those tanks. The Mentos here making a peek, making a shot, you know, trying to get that shot on towards Skirpy. But Mentos also knows that Xavi only has 2 shells remaining here, so he is okay with this trade, potentially, if he doesn't take a shell from anybody else. A non-connection there even from Xavistar. Now you can see Piotrek, Sokar, Never. They're all peeking against Ali. They want to pick up that tank from Ali. Skirpy is now forced to help Xavistar to try and stay alive. He gives a shot there. Now Piotr down towards the one-shot, 1 minute 30. HP still even. Yes, Ali has fallen, but Skirpy's position is untouched. Xavi has pushed back Mentos all the way. Now you can see Never actually trying to reverse back onto the Capital Monster. But who is going to stop the Badger, Verwi, and Danley from pushing forward and getting those angles onto the decap?
Yeah, I think right now those 3 are a bit afraid of the 113 that is still in D0 that can basically farm them. Now finally the push gets called. Piotr does get picked up by Itox in the Badger, but the cap has started here. 44 seconds, but the tank's actually starting to push off of it and trying to focus onto Itox, Vervi, and Danley Boeing, but that is a lot of DPM and a lot of HP that they're pushing onto, and they don't really have the biggest DPM tanks themselves, while Xavistar actually does get the push onto Piotrix, putting him down to a one-shot, but it seems he's all out of steam with his clip here. But yeah, the DPM tanks by PewDiePie here right now in the 9 and 0 line, able to sort of do what they do best and just DPM against
this
them.
fight, to be honest. Like, they focus on Danley, and then the Badger is just you know, an HP thing. That if you get track it twice, it dies, because Never pushed behind the rock as well. You can see there the downsides of not having a third. But don't worry, I talked for you. We're building the Minotaur. Maybe in a future patch, it will be useful for this kind of a position. 5 seconds left, however, though, and you see Holovenitsi does win this key hand, because, you know, the Badger, it's still a Badger, right? It doesn't have a fully rotational third, but time ticks out, and it means that PewDiePie is going to be picking up their first round here. And, you know, that's the point. The Badger, it's like 2000 HP, but once his teammates are dead, it's like, yeah, you know.
Alright, so this means that we actually have a match at our hands, as both teams now able to pick up rounds.
That's that you swing from left to right rather quickly. First you said it's rough for them, and now you're like, oh, we have a match on our hand. Like, just like that, it went from being really rough, like, guys, we got this. Winnable.
Alright, here, actually, Jackafa able to do 1 shot of damage and then just getting rolled by the enemy tanks. As you said, it would probably have been better for him to just stay and clip. This way, yeah, he got taken out of the game rather quickly, but I think he can cope with the fact that they actually ended up winning the round. So Holovnici just no time in the end to finish it off, and this means that they are still on match point, and we will actually be headed to the next map now.
We will indeed be heading towards the next map, so PewDiePie picking up at least one round here. It could be the beginning of the Cinderella dream. We'll see. Proko, however, though, usually a 1-1 map.
Yeah, usually a 1-1 split map. We'll have to see. I mean, yeah, it was picked by PewDiePie, but then again, this deep into the pick and ban, it doesn't really mean that you are super comfortable with playing this map. It just means that you prefer this over the rest that was still in the pool, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, Burner could have won Proko 2-0. So like there is some potential. I wouldn't say it's like such a hard 1-1, especially because just sitting back and defending, we saw Opar, you know, they won with it, but they could have gone really badly for them real fast. So you know what, I believe in PewDiePie Key, you know, for the sake of the match, right?
All right, yeah. Personally, I think that against a team like Holovnici, it is always hard to pick a map 2-0 against them.
Well, it's not Ghost and it's not Himmels most of the time, so that doesn't leave much.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this means in the end that no more mistakes from PewDiePie, or they are going to see themselves in the lower bracket sooner than they would probably like to. Hear the map video once again indicating that the match is about to start. Who is actually going to defend first? Do you know?
But you would know.
I don't have the little cheat sheet open at the moment. That's why I was asking you. But yeah, it shouldn't be long until we see.
I always have the cheat sheet open.
Okay, you just said that, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm still not gonna tell you. I'm letting it be a surprise.
I think Holovnici should be defending here.
Are you sure?
As soon as the lineups get revealed, Holovnici double STRV.
You think that's an attacking lineup?
Normally not really, right? One T100, double S-Conk, double IS7, and for the team of PewDiePie, we have a T100 and STRV as well, double CS, one S-Conk, and double IS7.
Yeah, and double IS7. PewDiePie, T100, STRV, double CS, and S-Conk, and double IS7. I mean, Key, I could see you make a lineup that has two STRVs in attack.
Yeah, but... Well, yes, but actually no, in my opinion. Like, the
What do you mean?
STRVs are just too reactionary.
I heard you're a great STRV player.
Not sure where you got that information, but you want to double check your sources. I think that's fake news.
Yeah, I was trying to make you feel better, but if you're gonna be like this, Key, you know, I don't even have to say anything if you're gonna just say it yourself.
I mean, you know, you just gotta be realistic about some stuff, and that is just me doing exactly that. Now, what PewDiePie is doing here, 1-2 line, full immediate commitment. The STRV in A1 is obviously going to be a thorn in their side if they don't spot him out early. Also, the only tanks that can reliably pen that STRV in that push are actually the double IS7, because all the others cannot really overmatch the STRV, so that might be a problem here. And the S-Conk there, with his lackluster speed, not really able to go there now. The T100 does see that the trees are knocked over, so Itox is now going to split up and split off to Proxy Monster. Actually, that's not happening at the moment. They're all just collapsing onto Sokar, and obviously Monster and Sokar are going to focus on that T100, so that STRV is going to stay alive. He does get completely picked off, but Monster is now spotted out by the tanks. But first of all, they have to get Sokar out of the game.
Yeah, Sokar is gonna die here in an S-Conk, but the cost that it has taken so far, I don't even know why Itox and the light was being used for this. He just has to wait a little bit longer. Now we can see though Ali going for Monster. Monster's gonna blow up. And why was Itox used here for this? He didn't. I don't even think he was the one that spotted Monster. Ali trying to survive. One more shot will take him out. Xavi on a one shot. Ali on a one shot. If they can survive, this could be something here. Piotr now kind of caught in no man's land in his IS7 because he's pushed into the 3 line, and now there's no longer any spots on this. They do have the issue of mentals behind them in that T100. And there, Itox would have been very useful. And now down that T100, I just don't think it was ready for QtPie to use
Piotr
Itox
taking
this
a
way.
lot of damage here for basically free, as Mentos does reveal his position by shooting onto Jackifar, so he's going to relay to his team that the T100 is somewhere there in the south. They actually spot him out, and now Piotr on a one-shot needs to be extremely careful not to die
They need to push an
immediately.
IS-7 down 1-2 line.
All
The way to K2.
Yeah, they need to. By they, you mean QtPie, right?
No, I mean, Holovenitsi should use one of their I7s to go all the way to K2. Of course, Kihan. You know, sometimes you're just right from the beginning. There's no need to question it.
Yeah, alright. So that is Piotr dropping down, and that is only
Never might take
4.
some damage here as well, running away. One shot.
Mm.
The overreaction from Holo here. You know, Piotr for sure pushing into the 3-line, overreaction there to what was happening. Never could have been punished for this as well. And they would have been, I mean, Itox didn't contribute anything here, the way this played out. If anything, he should stay in the bush line for as long as possible, right? You understand what I mean? He stays in the bush line for as long as possible without getting spotted, because behind the S-Con can spot the STRV that way, you know? Now they just double focused him and killed him.
Yeah, exactly. And that T100, not only is it a lot of spotting potential gone, also the problem that you're facing is that you don't really have a tank that can go onto the cap.
It's 4 tanks for Holo though. One is a T100. So one of the tanks is a T100. One is an STRV. One is an IS-7 that is locked, and the S-Kunk is basically locked behind him as well. The Holo has 0 rotational possibilities. Like actually 0.
Yeah.
If they get
in favor of Holo still.
Yeah, but I still don't like that QtPie doesn't have the 1-2 established on K2 with something. I think they just want to put Verbi on the cap, but you know, they need something to prevent the T100 from just sneaking up and spotting the STRV, for example.
Verbi now gonna commit in. The question is, when is he gonna get spotted here? And yeah, we'll just have to see. He crosses over into the next ditch, takes one by the STRV, takes one by the S-Conk, and the IS-7 is probably going to peek as well. That's another shot by the STRV, and Never also coming in with his IS-7. That is just shots that Piotrix does like 10 out of 10 he does those shots. Now the IS-7s are sort of full down, and the
IS-7s did not have good timing together. Piotrix did a shot too many. I mean, it doesn't make the biggest difference, but it can matter at the end of the game, right? Oof, big shot into Fabian. Might have been. I think that's Monster. I think that's not Monster. I think that's Mentos from the start on the T100.
That is good rolls though for a T100 with 300 alpha. But yeah, that is IS-7's double capping, and the CSs are obviously there to punish. The CSs, both being low, need to be very, very careful here so they don't overextend. And Never is indeed using that that rock there very smartly to be able to provide those resets onto the IS-7. 16 seconds left. AG reset coming in. Never taking one shot by, I think, Skirpy for it. But he can continuously provide resets here. He just shouldn't miss.
Lucky is spotted though, pressuring towards Fabian. Takes a shot of damage. Drakifar there in his S-Kunk holding the position. Skirpy is behind him in the STRV. And now Lucky peeking over to get a reset angle on towards the cap. But Lucky getting set on fire by Skirpy, the STRV. He had to because the IS-7 couldn't. And now Mentos trying to peek up and over in his T100. Does a good shot there. A clean shot from Mentos. Takes one from the STRV in return. But it does mean that Drakifar cannot peek this again. He has to stay low in this dip and wait for a potential push to come out. And the cap pressure is back on again. Lucky can't peek this anymore. Ali has now probably an angle on towards the side of Never as well. This STRV from Piotrix is a null factor. He adds nothing. Zavistar is now taking 1-2 line deep. He needs to be careful from Lucky though, not to take a shot from him. He will survive a T100 shot probably. Fabian, Drakifar not looking the right direction. Mentos doesn't connect though. Had to take a secure shot there. Thought he had it, but then didn't connect. Should pick it up now though, but took another shot of damage for this. Mentos now. Skirpy picks up Lucky in the S-Conk, and 3 tanks left standing for Holovenitsi here. Mentos in that dip. Never at that rock in the STRV, but it's looking good right now for QtPie. A reset comes out though, pushed back down to 43 seconds here for the cap to go in. And I think that STRV needs to start pushing back in, or the IS-7s to push up, and they're doing exactly that against Never. They're trying to get the damage here. Can they get the kill though? Verbi peeks over, gets his shot. Never needs to do it as well now before he takes another shot from the IS-7. He does that. He takes one from the STRV, but that's fine because Piotrix is unable to put another one in. And it's looking good for QtPie. even with kind of throwing away their T100.
Yeah, exactly, but they need to commit a third tank on the cap, actually, as Ali is joining here to make it possible within the time that is left. Now, either Mentus or Piotrix could become the heroes of their team if they get a further reset in. Piotrix now having to drive in the open with his STRV, and he is spotted while doing so, but obviously the IS-7s can't leave anymore. There is a thin strip that you can overmatch with the IS-7, but actually 74 HP and Piotrix does not get the reset, so now it's all up to Mentos here in his T100. Takes another shot of damage, 5 seconds remaining on the cap, and I don't think Mentos gets the reset here. No, instead it's going to be Skirpy to pick him up, and QtPie... Huh?
Skirpy had a big game.
Yeah, Skirpy had a big game, and yeah, QtPie able to showcase that even if you throw a tank away, you can still win rounds, and we are sort of halfway deep into this remontada here, as the score is now going to be 3-2.
It shows that even when you have Keyhand all over your tank as a logo, you're still able to win games.
It's,
Right,
that's a beautiful sight. Like, I don't know what you mean. Anyway, yeah, Skirpy showing up big time, 5k damage and 4 kills.
Like, I don't think this is an Itox mistake. I honestly think it's just part of the strat, but I don't get it. Because like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't the one that spotted. Wait, enemy vehicle spotted 3. I'm not sure if he spotted the STRV. Wait, I'm not sure he spotted the STRV because he would have assist then. And he has 0 assists, no?
Yeah, no, the STRV actually got spotted once they were right in the face
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
So
like,
they all saw him himself.
Yeah, so Itox they got 0 assists, so I don't think he was the one that spotted the STRV. So like, because it could have been rough there if they actually lost one of those CSs as well, you know. And Mentos just had free. It could have been rough if, like, this losing this T100 could have been rough if they didn't get a donation in return, because they got the STRV and the S-Skunk, but they were always going to get those, right? Like, they were always going to get the STRV and the S-Skunk with this play, but then what happened after? They got an IS-7.
Yep.
They got an IS-7 on the 3 line, and I think that changed a lot in this game, because if, like, let's say Piotr is alive, and Holo has one IS-7 they can rotate with, and even pressure across the south-hand side, because if Jakova wasn't full HP, they would have the S-Skunk and the IS-7 that could do something, so they'd have 2 tanks, and the T100 to outplay anything on the 2 line. I think they straight up win that game if they have another IS-7. Like, actually just win it. Straight up, because they have rotation possibilities. They keep the light in 1-2 line. They have the IS-7 covering it. And what do you do against it then? A full HP IS-7. You have CSs that are low HP, and you need your IS-7s for the cap.
One shot. So, yeah. I guess QtPie showing that even if you throw away the T100 for basically free, you can still win Proko rounds, and it was pretty tight at the end, but they managed to rock it home, and now it's going to be them on their defense on Proko. So I don't want to say it quite yet, but there is potential for a tiebreak.
There is potential. It's one round away from tiebreaker now.
Obviously, yeah, it would be Holovnitsy picking, just because of the very quick Mines attack, but we aren't there yet. First of all, we need to have a look at the lineups from either team here, as Holovnitsy want to lock it out without having to go to basically the overtime, the tiebreaker, while QtPie obviously want to make it there, and they are going to do so on their defense with an IS-7 and an S-Skunk, double WZ5A, double CS and a T100.
This is not a hold from QtPie. The 5As are not holding tanks. So Holo has 4 IS-7s and S-Skunk and STRV and a T100. But this QtPie lineup is not... Maybe they are going to hold with it. Huh? I would say... Well, yeah, maybe I'm just, you know, washed. I felt like the 5As would go middle, but they are going to be just sitting back.
I mean, they did play the same lineup in group stage, and they went middle, so probably some kind of mind games going on here, as we see Holovnitsy sending double IS-7 towards the middle, double IS-7 towards the east, and the STRV and the S-Skunk are going to go towards the 1-2 line together with the T100. And then I guess the guessing and blind shooting game will begin here. That is a pretty standard bush by Itox.
Yeah, but there's not that many bushes to play a T100 in. It's not an EBR, you know. It doesn't fit in every single bush, and it doesn't run away that fast.
That statement is entirely correct, that a T100 is not an EBR. I concur.
Thanks, Kihan. I love it when you give me positive confirmation.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I will say that you are the best TBR player I know.
Oh, thank you very much.
Because you have no clue what keys you're pressing, so neither do I when I'm aiming at you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if I don't know,
I don't know what
I'm
if
doing,
you
there's
don't know
no
what
way for you
nobody
to
else does
predict.
either.
Exactly. Yeah, Vervi here. That bush or that felled tree normally is being held by a super conk, but I guess QtPie going with that approach of having heat and having more alpha instead. The WZ obviously still having pretty good DPM for a 490 alpha tank, and now Mentos slowly
And the gun
starting to
depression
clear
as well,
here.
right?
Yeah. I think WZ has 7 or 8 degrees. Not sure.
I just know it has some compared to, for example, a 113. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 7 or 8 degrees, chat can probably correct us on that one, but it does have gun depression, so it can play the position. Yeah, I guess QtPie, as I said, sort of mind gaming here right now because they played the same setup in the group stage where the WZs actually went towards the middle. And Holovnitsi now sort of rotating most of their tanks towards the eastern part of the map, even the T100 opting out of the 1-2 line. I guess they're just gonna leave the S-Conk in the K1 area as a hold, with Mentos as a spotting screen probably, and the rest of the tanks is just going to go make a move over the 9 and 0 line. The question being here for QtPie, how much they have set up to punish with. It's just the CS and the WZ. So that is not really a lot, and they're going to be facing triple IS-7 pushing down the march of the elephants and the STRV.
There was double CS there for a while. Now there's one. Yes. Ooh. Now there's 0 CSs there.
Yeah, they're rotating over one more. They were expecting a 1-2 line push, and if that happened, then they would just brutally eat everyone alive.
This is a big issue for them because Vervi will die so fast. Like if it's like timing against timing, so they drive down 0 line, they don't get shot by much, they push straight onto Vervi, they kill him. For QtPie to push down, right? For QtPie to push down 1-2, it takes so long in comparison that by the time they kill the S-Conk, there's triple cap pressure.
Vervi not even connecting his shot, and I think at this point in time it's better to run to basically go to like A8 or something. I think that is a good call by him to actually return and go back. Zavistar getting one shot into Never, but yeah, that was a lot of area gained for not a lot of...
What first shot ignite from Piotrix on towards Vervi. He's not gonna be happy with that. That STRV there coming out strong. He hits one on Vervi, instant ignite. Yeah, that's why you don't run away with your engine facing the enemy.
I mean, how else are you supposed to run away? Like, the engine is in the back of the tank.
You can reverse out of combat, Gihan.
Yeah, but I think then the IS-7s would just be in his face and just take him out, double track him. Now the IS-7s are still on the hunt here. They are driving towards him. Sokar is going to get his driver taken out. Did have the medkit available, and the IS-7 just better at ramming. Yes, Jakafar is there from the back lines, but Monster there, insult to injury, just completely taking out Vervi with that ram.
Yeah, completely decimating him, and Jakafar they're getting punished as well for this. But now though, Lucky there in the S-Conk. Lucky. That wasn't it. He left his position.
Yeah, he left his position probably wanting to help his team, but now he's going to be in crossfire of the T100 and the WZ. T100's once again going to be crossfire here, but also in crossfire is Jakafar, who goes down to the combined power of that triple IS-7 push. And yes, Lucky is going to go push over onto Skirpy, but I think Skirpy should be winning that duel. But in the overall grand scheme of things, Darky, Holovnitsi just firmly ahead in the gun and the HP department.
Yeah, and another Igniter coming out as well. From what I saw, Piotr now trying to get over the rails. He will make it. Cap pressure has started by Mentos, so it's now 4 against 6. And normally there will be triple cap pressure here coming out for the side of Holovnitsi, which have extra tanks, extra HP, really extra everything at this point.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the STRV now spotted here, but little is it going to matter as the cap is down to 23 seconds. And those QtPie tanks, they just need to get close, but if they go close, they basically enable the enemies to just push, over-push and collapse onto them. Ali there with an overpeak onto the IS-7, immediately gets punished. 8 seconds on the cap here, and there are just no good openings, no good options left. Skirpy trying to get in, trying to spot the tanks on the cap, but yeah, cap is gonna complete, and Holovnici is gonna secure their spot in the upper bracket finals against Opor, which we'll cover tomorrow, and QtPie relegated down to the lower bracket.
They still brought it pretty far for QtPie, and you know it's a bit of a gamble here, right? You know, they're like, okay, we're thinking they're gonna push 1-2, and then they didn't. They pushed the right side of the map, and they didn't really have the tanks in position for it. And then they tried their best, but you know they lose Vuri for
Almost
not
free.
that much. And then not just Vuri. What happens after is that Holo realizes that there's more tanks on the 1-2, like the T100, CS, whatever on 1-2, and then Jakify gets pushed on. And Neva, with his CS friend, was trying to push over the middle, but he got set on fire as well, because you know he also got shot in the engine. So I think he burned for a little bit as well. But even without those fires, I think they still lose. Fire or not, it doesn't really change anything in this.
No, it maybe makes the damage dealt by the QtPie tanks a little less, but overall in the grand scheme of things, I agree with you. Holovnici just looking very strong. The timing, the timings with the rotations
they
for the
definitely.
CS is also
It's not like they
really...
got lucky in this round and won it because they set 2 tanks on fire. No, they had the better read, and they made the play. And even without the fires, they would still win this game. It would be closer, but it wasn't really in danger for Holo to lose at the end. Like they weren't like going to lose. Even Lucky could have stayed at H1, for example. He didn't even have to leave H1, and he would have done even more than what he did now. So it was really not close for this last one.
Exactly. So I guess we shouldn't be over-analyzing the games we just saw, because that's actually up to other people. Let's see what Magic and Insane have to say about it.
Okay. Now I should be... Okay. So I think that the better team has won in this semi-final decisively. You could have said that QtPie maybe had a chance at gaining some of these rounds, but in the end, Inreal just did a decisive show of showing us who is the better team.
So yeah, like you mentioned, good stuff from Holovnici taking the victory. Like we expect, the Polish teams just dominating in the WoT7 format, and they proved it again. And it's going to be a Polish clash tomorrow for the first match of the day, the winners bracket final, Opor against Holovnici. And that being said, Magic, now we can actually have a look at the losers bracket matches, and we're going to start with Birne against Goodnight Nomi.
Goodnight Nomi. Twice I think they finished top 3. Definitely an experienced team. Birne a bit less of an experienced team. I think we should give the edge to Goodnight Nomi in that, but we will see. QtPie versus LTP. LTP having qualified for the second time, fully French team. What is your take on that, Insane? Are you proud of them?
I mean, LTP is the sort of team that can perform, but also underperform a lot. They had trouble to qualify for a while in the WoT7 tournaments. They're finally here in the losers bracket. Maybe a bit of an upset in their performance during the group stage. They could have definitely taken the second place of their group and get to the winners bracket, but they're still here. But they're facing QtPie, one of the good team of that tournament. And as you mentioned before, the first match of the losers bracket, we're going to be covering Birne against Goodnight Nomi. And yeah, Goodnight Nomi is a really good and solid team we have seen in the past, so it's going to be very hard for the German team.
We have seen what the German team does, but let's take a look at what QtPie and Holovnici did here in the first round of the match. Mainz straight hill clash. What is your take on it?
I love that opening from Olovnitsy. So basically, you have PewDiePie running a tactic that Piotr himself was running in the past with the E5. So pretty good counter opening with the CS is pushing 277s up the hill straight, and you could see HP up and that advantage they kept for the whole match.
Yeah, Holovnitsy was just having 4 tanks on the hill with 2 of them with armor in the beginning, and they caught 1 tank out. And in the end, it was a pretty decisive victory for the side of QTPie because of the higher number of rounds in the game.
Yes.
Yeah, Holovnitsy, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, good stuff from the Polish team. Good counter for the hill push. Good reaction, and that was pretty convincing from the Polish team. And next up, the Polish team was on the defense, QTPie on the attack. Seem to have a bit of an issue. Here we go. So the push from QTPie, magic in the one line.
Indeed, on the one line after having taken the hill, QTPie has decided to go for the island push, but what the issue with this is that Piotr can just push behind the tanks of the CSs that have crossed on the island, and he makes it actually. And with that play, he actually saves a lot of time for his team because the CSs and other vehicles from the QTPie team are occupied with taking him out, and it's already low on time for the international team.
I mean, it was good from Olovnitsy because they also managed to repush the hill uncontested, and those triple CS were kind of busy trying to shoot Piotr and not shooting the hill. So good stuff from Olovnitsy. They had the HP advantage that they kept the whole time on their defense, solid rotations. I mean, nothing special from their side, but a good convincing 2-0 on their map.
We have definitely seen why they have picked this map. It's definitely one of their stronger maps, and they absolutely disposed QTPie in these first 2 rounds. However, on the third one, we can see an interesting push that I don't think we have seen before from QTPie.
I mean, that was interesting the way they actually managed to push pretty unspotted till the last moment, but they're taking so much damage for it. It's still fine, they're trading. Maybe the Tihunda could just try to get some information around instead of just coming back to help them. And next, you could see the push on the crown on reload, that was okay. They managed to get like 2 shots each, but then maybe overcommitting and not running on time.
Indeed, they got caught out. Maybe after putting down the crown to a 1-shot, they should have just turned around and run. And also Dante's timing was a bit off there with the overpush onto the first Super Kong. In the end, it was made very easy for Holovnitsy to repush in. There is no tank covering from the F0 position either for QTPie, and the HPs are not in their favor either.
I mean, it's pretty standard to see that happening. Like most of the team, when they have to deal with a base to cap on their defense, they're capable of dealing with it. And next up, Olovnitsy is kind of the same push, pretty much unspotted for a while, and Jekefa actually caught.
Yeah, instead of staying in his hard-down position and giving a clip out, I believe, I don't think he actually made a shot in here, or if he did, it was only one shot.
Yeah.
And even with Jekefa going down here, QTPie held out to take the victory.
I mean, they had Ali that was capable of dealing with the cap because there is no tanks on F0 from the side of Olovnitsy. So Olovnitsy actually found that it was like a weakness in their way to attack, so they actually get the pick there to take him down, but never overcommitting here. And QTPie, that was really close, but they got the victory. Next up, Prokhorovka, and QTPie was probably a counter opening.
QTPie with a very good push on the 1-2 line in the initial minutes of the game. Maybe Itox did a mistake here. I mean, the Super Conk and the STRV are focusing him, but he just went down straight, which is a huge issue for the attacking team as the enemy light Mentos can free play from that point on. He doesn't have a counterpart in the enemy team, and he could really be a thorn in the side of the QTPie tanks later on.
Apparently that defense was already played by the third team of Invil, so maybe QTPie had the info about that and expected that to be played because the same lineup, so they went for that initial aggression. Later on they had to push with those I7s to possibly get cap pressure on, and they took a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, very close round, but a victory on the attack.
Yes, here you can see Piotrix trying to reset at the last second as the IS-7s overpoke the IS-7 of the Holovnitsy team that was close, that should have resetted. But the Holovnitsy team didn't get the reset, and in a great round, with 13 seconds spare, QTPie took the win.
Okay, next we had Olovnitsy on the attack. QTPie on the defense, pretty standard defense, very on his own defending that side. He's going to be pretty unlucky there with the fire from the SRV, but that's his backup here. So good stuff from Olovnitsy with this push with the I7s, and QTPie maybe caught off guard a bit.
Ducky also mentioned that in this game, as you can see, Verby is getting set on fire straight from the first shot, but it's probably not what makes the difference here. Not the fires that made the difference here. Holovnici just went for a very basic push in their attack, and it worked out because there was only one tank covering from the defending side.
I mean, they have really good players, very experienced, and they also have a good FC. So whenever they're gonna go back on those pretty standard and basic tactics, it's gonna work for them, and that's definitely what they did. It was pretty much countering the way QtPie was playing, just completely clearing the right side. They had like that one S-Conk in the 1-2 lines that QtPie had to take care of, and in the meantime, they managed to clear the 6 lines, get the cap back on, and that was enough from the Polish team to actually take the victory over QtPie 4-2 scoreline.
Indeed, I mean. We have seen in the past tournaments as well that the Polish teams are dominating WoT7, and it seems like in this edition it's also the case because now we have seen the 2 Invil teams taking the 2 upper bracket semifinals, and we will see the also Polish team of Goodnight Nomi with good results, good former results, to take on the team of Burnett that lost to one of these Polish teams in the former match.
Yeah, so it's time from Goodnight Nomi maybe to make the Polish viewers even more proud and take the 3rd victory for a Polish team. But for that magic, we're going to have to hear what Kian and Daki have to say. Castos, take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back here with both of us at the Casters desk, I guess. Casters screen, you could say. Yeah, we're going to be watching Birne and Goodnight Nomi, so basically German team fighting it out with another Polish team. Goodnight Nomi actually pre-qualified to groups because they were second.
And underperformed.
And completely underperformed in the...
Barely made it.
So
it's also why I went against them with prediction, because their group stage was not pretty. As Kian would say, it was rough when they were losing, when it was 2-0.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, they the only team they beat was Dance 3-0.
But then again, Dance was beaten by everyone, so
exactly. So they lost against the direct competitors there. RUI, which is the Invil team with Gete, yeah. And then QtPie. So, they're playing against Birne here, and Birne had good showing in the group because they took every single team in the groups to tiebreaker and minimum. They went 3-2 against LTP. They beat them. They went 3-2 loss against... they won 3-2 against Priko, and then they lost 3-2 against Holo, right? Which allowed them to be second. So... they did well in groups. You can take and even today they, you could see that they're lacking on some parts still execution, time management a little bit as well. How to finish out a game, because you saw how they lost their steps defense against the Invil team, right? Yeah. But you also saw, right? You saw QtPie, which was in a very similar position. In a way, down one tank basically, and held that steps against a similar strat, right? So you could see that it is possible, but they lack just a little bit on things. But then again, against the Goodnight Nomi team, we'll really see how Birne matches up, because they did not do well in groups, and that's usually not a good sign. Which is why I need them to gain my trust, because
then again, we see a lot of times that teams and groups don't really perform well, but for the playoffs they then actually properly prepare completely. We'll have to see.
Or sometimes they just fluke out.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi coming in here with a T100, a Leo 1, a CS, a double S-Conk actually, Kran, and an IS-7. And Birne coming in with T100, STRV, CS, WZ, S-Conk, and double IS-7. Personally, in 7v7, I'm not really a huge fan of the Leo, actually. It's a good tank, no doubt about it, but in 7v7, it's just that squishy thing, right? It can't really push.
Yeah, and it's also not as fast as a CS, for example, or, CS can have some random bounces. Like CS sometimes bounces, because of the upper plate.
And with the Leo, the gun mantle, it sometimes eats
sometimes, but
miraculously. But
if you compare it 1-to-1, CS is overall, it doesn't snipe as well, but you can use it for more things.
Yeah, now Sokol and his buddy Jordan here in the eastern part of the map, just trying to scout everything out. That is actually the double S-Kong for Goodnight Nomi revealed towards the team of Birne. They're also here in the southeastern part of the map. They're not really aggressing as of right now. Both teams just completely omitting the one cap here. Mark now taking a shot in his IS-7 for advancing. I think that was Jordan in his CS.
Yeah, it may have been, but this is actually good for Birne. Because if you look at the map control that they currently have from the Goodnight Nomi team, is they do not have 1-2 line. They're trying to retake it now with the T100 and a Leo, but Birne has much easier access.
Getting spotted here in the Leo. That's also quite a bit of information that just gets gained for free. And Sokol, yeah, is also going to get spotted out. So Birne, they are completely aware as to how exactly Goodnight Nomi is currently set up here in the northern part of the map. Now 1CS also being rotated over. I think Sokol is just supposed to counter Mark here a little. Same goes for Elian. And yeah, so far good, I would say good opening from Birne, now also rewarding themselves with a shot of damage into Gurski.
Shot of damage into Gurski, yeah, that's good. They're, you know, trading off it even. But I still think that for Goodnight Nomi, it's a big issue that you have all your heavies here locked. They are trying to get some shots from Mark, and that's from the backside there. You could see it zooming past him. That's the CS and the Leo. But you could see what is here already. 5 AI, 7 T100 versus CS, Leo, and T100. It's a win for Birne, but it has to go. They have to go. They're too slow right now. Mark is dying. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Because
Mark is actually in a heap of trouble.
That's because the Leo and the CS are shooting at him. Because Birne is too slow on a reaction here to prevent Mark from dying. They could have been here in position already. You get what I'm saying? Like, they could be protecting Mark. If Mark goes down here, it's only because they're being slow.
Ooh,
but Sokol on return, though.
Sokol. Big shots into Sokol, putting him down to a one-shot, but that still, like, the fact still remains that Birne currently is down one tank, but obviously against the combined power,
that's so amazing, though. That is super important. Like, they may have lost Mark, but Sokol going down is equally important, because Smee has full control of the cap now. He can put cap pressure whenever he wants to. The 5A goes to A2, the T100 goes onto the cap, the I7 takes the middle. And Sokol there had no reason to really get caught there. He could have done this without getting caught if he played in like more of a back bush, like something around B2 to spot if they were coming forward, so the CS and Leo still had some time to run away. You know, Birne is good for them. Now, they may have lost their I7, but the T100 is a more valuable tank in this, because Goodnight Nomi has no Rails presence, right? You need Rails presence to defend against the T100. If you don't have this, and you're locked in the position you are now, you're usually in trouble.
Yeah, and Goodnight Nomi, realizing this, are now starting to counter-push the A-line to regain control of this northern area north of the rails. Jordan, Elian, and the Kranvang all trying to get control here. They find Fatih already pushed up, and the T100 Smee, he needs to be careful, needs to stay alive here to still provide that crossfire. Also, Goodnight Nomi through the C-line here, pushing their heavy tanks even, and this is going to come to a shootout here. Fatih now opting out of that northern rails position, but also getting set on fire, getting completely annihilated by the purple team.
Yeah, that's a good 3-push from Goodnight Nomi there, but you can see that's Leo struggling down towards the one-shot now because of Smee's position in that T100. He does get spotted out, so now he's going to go for Elian. He's going to try and pick it up. He doesn't get the roll that he needs. It's going to go down to Jordan there. Would have been massive if he could have picked up the Leo. And Vari there, Kian, you could say he should have kept going and go towards the left and go towards the A2 position, and it would have been much better. A good repush here from Goodnight Nomi, which was spotted kind of late on the rails as well. Like those CSs, Leo, Kran, they were spotted very late.
Yeah, the T100 from Birne just not in the correct spot to spot them. I think he should have gone to the like bush in A4.
No, he should have been on the cap.
Yeah.
He should have been on the cap already, and it should be the 5A taking A2. Much faster.
So yeah, Birne now, 1.5k HP disadvantage. They also are down 2 tanks, and they are attacking, so all of that not really good for the team in green here, as Handvoger and Timmy starting to push over. And now Twist here, I like what he's doing. He would be losing there in the northern part, and he actually goes to this position here near the rocks, where he probably will be able to get off another clip and even finish off Timmy if he plays it well.
You will have to play it amazingly, though, to actually get that. You can see a little bit of a flank there from Toby in the CS. It's potentially something that they can use because he does pick up Alien. Like, he does get Alien, so it's a little bit something that Burner can use, but still they have to pick up Twist. They have an S-Kong rotating now for Gunnar Nomi back towards that CS to control that flank. And how do they kill Twist?
Yeah, that is the question. Maybe Twist kills himself by over-peeking into the SRV, but I don't think he's about to do that. Now, Seppa's being pushed through the middle in the S-Kong is sort of a desperation move, because Jordan can always farm him. Now, Twist putting in his first shot into Timmy, receiving one in return. Does his second one? Is he gonna go 3 for 3 here? Yes, he does. Beautiful play by Twist to take out the SRV. So, yeah, I mean, that's one tank in favor, I guess. More for Goodnight Nomi even, who now just have 2 tanks left to deal with, and as soon as Twist comes off of reload, he will be able to farm the back of Handvoger. First shot connects, and at this distance, yeah, the Kranwagen gun, even the Kranwagen gun, is not going to miss, and Toby left alone here against 5 Kolovanovs, the one that everyone wants still possible, but yeah, not very likely.
Not very likely whatsoever. And you can see there, the one good thing I will say for Gunnar Nomi, well, there was 2 good things. Rotating across, even though it was spotted, did get Mark killed. Losing Sokol was something that was unnecessary, but you could see how they reacted to the fact that they were boxed in, right? They were like, okay, if we stay like this, we're probably going to lose. It's probably over. So they repush, they kill Mark, and then also when they lose Sokol, they realize, if we sit again like this, we're just going to lose again. So they repush, and the T100 was an A2, and I don't understand why they don't just push the 5A onto A2 and have the T100 on the cap. He would have spotted the whole repush easily.
And then you get those crucial shots onto the crossing.
Also, a 5A on A2 is so much harder to kill than a T100, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it's a 5A and not a T100. But yeah, the results coming in. Mark, not really able to help his team a whole lot here. Not a single one of his shots connecting. And overall, I don't think it was the damage numbers, but just the tactical plays that lost it here for Birna, because I honestly think even with a losing mark like that, after you pick up the T100, it's your game to win. Like, you have all the cards in your hand.
Yes.
And they just played their hand incorrectly.
And I think Birna just set up wrongly after, because the 5A on A2, T100 on the cap, they see them pushing across the rail. The 5A takes a while to die, because even if you push him with the CS and the Kran, the 5A does like 3-4 shots of damage, at least. The Kran can't clip him out by himself either. The I7 arrives at the rails. And I think Birna is fine at that point. But you gotta give credit where credit is due. Gunnar Nomi did the repush. Correct decision at that moment in time, because otherwise it's lost. If they allow the T100 just to cap and force them to go spot the reset, they will lose so much for it.
But yeah, now like this, Goodnight Nomi putting the first point on the board, meaning obviously that the sides are going to be switched, and we will be heading to another steps game fairly soonish. Honestly, like, I wasn't convinced by either team this round, because like Goodnight Nomi put themselves into a position where they had to repush.
But they were snappier on their reactions. They were faster on reacting to the situation they were in. So that's where I give them the advantage, because even they realized the issues that they had, and they tried to do something about it, and they never stopped. You know, they know that they're boxed. Okay, they repush one side of the map to kill the I7. They lose their T100. They know that they again are in a losing situation. They repush A line. They never gave Birna a lot of time to really set up and get ready for a push coming out from Goodnight Nomi, because they were already pushing and they weren't ready.
Still though, I felt like both teams had decisions in the round that we just saw where where it was just you felt like they could have played it a little different, let's just say.
Yeah, they could have been faster if you're Berna. That's where I saw the issue, that they're just that 5 seconds too slow, you know? If they're 5 seconds faster on this 1-2 thing, they catch maybe Elian and they kill the Leo before Mark dies, right? And if Mark doesn't die there, or they trade even more for him, it's so good for Berna still.
All right, so now the lineups. Goodnight Nomi coming in with an E3 on their attack, double bat shot. 1-5A, 1 S-Conk, 1 IS-7, and a 1-13, and it's stacking up against a, I would say, very hold-on heavy lineup by Birne. 1 CS, 4 S-Conks, 1 Kran, and an IS-7.
Yeah, so very, very heavy lineup from Berna, but there's also the question here. This E3 from Goodnight Nomi.
Where is it supposed to go? Yeah, it's right now.
I think it was for the initial strat to like maybe play at C1 to get shots onto A4 because the E3 is extremely hard to pen.
Also, by the way, it's not the case in this game, but the E3 is sort of a hard counter against the Badger in A4 because of the pen.
Yeah, so that's what I figured it was for.
Yeah.
Maybe not for a Badger, but even like a...
Just anything that's there gets penetrated. Even an IS-7, like...
not that often, though, in an IS-7.
As soon as he sees even a pixel of the hull, he's going to shoot that. And even the turret sometimes gets penetrated, so...
Sometimes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hanf-Orga and his IS-7 now
But this is a good from Berna, though. I like that they're switching it up. They're now, instead of playing over the north, they're playing over the south. They're taking control over the KLN with their CS. They're using this IS-7 to push up. And, you know, it might throw Goodnight Nomi off because Goodnight Nomi expects one thing, but it's not what they're actually getting to play against. They're playing against a south take.
Now the E3 does go over towards the northern rail
should
area.
Go basically all the way to A4 almost.
Yeah, and then from there on he can sort of deny the peaks onto the cap because cap has started. There is one bat shot on the cap right now. Now finally double bat shot here. Obviously that is a huge area to be blind shotted, and yes, Sokol even does take one for his troubles. But that is like 45 seconds. Okay, they're deciding to leave now because they got the reaction they wanted. Fatih is now out in the open in his S-Conk.
Yeah, Vati is out in the open in his S-Conk, and the issue is that he's H3 counters Vati, so you have to push up really far in the south to actually be able to counteract this. And Ignite from Vati, actually, he gets a Gursky in the engine, sets him on fire, but you can see the rotations here from Goodnight Nomi. They see this 4-man cluster in the north. They leave Jordan in the E3, the expendable target here, and they take everything back south. Elian arriving, Sokol arriving, Twist, Marcel, Gursky. They want to take out Timmy. They want to take out Hanf because they are isolated. They're by themselves here, and Elian gets a good track shot as well on that IS-7, who's already ammo-racked as well. Perfect timing there coming out from Elian. Going to be able to get a full clip out on towards that IS-7, but the damage taken isn't significant still, even for this.
Yeah, Twist able to pick out Hanfoga in the IS-7, and Timmy, the next target to get collapsed upon in his Kranwagen, is now reloading here. Does take another one into the back, down to 1k HP, and Goodnight Nomi, they still have all tanks alive. The E3 in the south is probably going to fall soon. There we go, but yeah, Timmy does make it behind the rock, barely, so he'll be able to do another shot or two, but yeah, Twist is just going to come and pick him up probably as Timmy goes into another intuition here, and Twist just has all the HP he would ever need to pick him up, and also in the meanwhile Fatih has gone down in his S-Conk, so Goodnight Nomi, they're still a little behind in the HP department, but they have one tech more and they're just taking map control now.
Yeah, they should establish everywhere across the map almost. I mean, Twist will kill Timmy now in that Kranwagen. Marcel actually picks it up clean, Timmy not even getting to clip. And normally, Goodnight Nomi just takes back cap number 1 and puts cap pressure there. Because there's really nothing that Berna can do about it anymore. Like, they put bats on the cap again, what does Berna do?
Yeah.
But they can also just pressure
really
the east, and it's basically the same thing. Like, they have both bases open for assault. Personally, I think base 1 is easier, and they still had some time. But the second base should be fine as well because they have that 2 extra tanks.
Yeah, I mean, they can just cross the heavies there, and Smee in his S-Conk cannot really overpeak because he would be facing against 2 bats that could theoretically clip him. Toby with his CS now sort of in a spotting slash crossfire position if the enemy team decides to push the 9-0 line, but Birne now with HP disadvantage and only 4 tanks remaining. They will make some of this HP disadvantage up as soon as some push happens by Goodnight Nomi, but I think the 113, now that it's north of the rails and confirming that there is no one actually there, this is why we see the rotation by the bats.
Yeah, the bats can still get to the cap, right?
Yeah.
So you establish J0, you establish 6 line. It's just a step-by-step program now, right? You take this, you take that. The enemy is down in a point where they can't do anything. They're just receiving the will of Goodnight Nomi, who just puts double cap by with the bat. Gursky's even going to make a big peek here.
Yeah, Gursky with a very big peak, but actually he does decide to shoot Mark in the back, I think. Yeah, Mark was a bit over-eager, and Twist also with a peek into Smee, who takes one. And now the cap is starting Miku, funnily enough, trading against Toby with his held on 113. But all of this doesn't really matter. What matters is those double bat shots here that are going to force the defenders to come out in the open, if they even can, because they are being firmly held down by the entire rest of the Goodnight Nomi team. Smee cannot even peek up here because Marcel in the Super Conk is just controlling the entire eastern area. Yeah, Mark does go over 3k damage, but little is it gonna matter, as the cap has reached 25 seconds and Seppers seems to not be hitting his blind shots.
Yeah, no, Seppers is gonna have to go for it in a second or two, where he's forced to just drive forward normally. He's still trying to blind the cap, but by himself, it's a large surface area to actually get a connection. It doesn't seem to be pushing out anyways. He just wants to hit it on blind because I don't know why. I mean, I understand why. He kind of realizes that if he drives out, it's over anyways. But like this, Goodnight Nomi gonna close it out, get that second round in the bag. And these were good reactions from Goodnight Nomi. Very good reactions, fast, solid. Realize, the lineup from Burn is so slow compared to ours. They have 3 tanks in the south. That is free.
Yeah,
real estate.
You outlined it also during the push that basically they left that E3 in the northern area to just, get pushed up on, but at that point in time you don't care about it.
Yeah. You lose the E3, but you get 2 in return.
Yeah, exactly. And also the E3 just was there to waste the time of the Birne team, essentially. You can see here he connects one shot and he pens it. I guess after that, if you have heavy tanks in your side as an E3, it's not a fun time anymore, but he's not going to care, as his team is going to pick up steps cleanly and convincingly 2-0. Goodnight Nomi just looking mentally ahead of Birne right now.
Yeah, this was a good round for Goodnight Nomi, where the last one you were like, losing Sokol could have been a disaster. This one, it was clean. They were never in any problem whatsoever.
Yeah, that was just exemplary steps attack gameplay against a very, very heavy team with, I think they had 6 hold-down tanks plus the CS. So now steps, the Birne pick actually, getting picked up by Goodnight Nomi, and onto a map that a lot of Polish teams like to play a lot, Himmelsdorf. It's going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, Himmelsdorf, in the end, always a map that I really like watching. I really like casting, because at some point in time, you're guaranteed to get some tank-on-tank action.
Yeah, there's always a big push at some point. So, I don't know. Then again, Goodnight Nomi, for example, against the Invil team did not look that solid in the group stage on Himmelsdorf. So let's see if they have learned from their mistakes and openings to what to change, because they also had, like, for example, a nice 4 in the window where Birne had a 277, if you remember. And I got punished quite hard. So let's see if they adjusted according to this.
Yeah, let's see if they adjusted. Also, reminder, we saw Birne on Himmelsdorf already. They didn't look that good on it. We'll have to see if they made the necessary adjustments since then. Obviously, they had one full match in between to think about and improve upon what happened there. Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm actually a bit hyped for this one because if Birna doesn't manage to pick up the first round, once again, they are going to be in rough times, right?
Rough. So they're not in rough times just yet.
Sort of rough, but that would be even rougher, you know?
So there's like different stages of rough.
Yes, exactly.
So comparable to different stages of despair.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and different stages of coping as well. Like first you go to denial, and then you end up sort of at the acceptance state. But yeah, Birna, double VZ, 1 S-Conk, 1 E100, triple 113, Goodnight Nomi, double S-Conk, 1 IS4, double B, and double 113.
Got a question, Key.
Mm-hmm.
If you say stage 1 is denial, and you have a friend, and I'm not going to name him, but he's German, and he's a streamer, and he gets a lot of silver fists, and he's still in stage 1 after, like, I don't know how many years. Do you think he's, like, ever going to get to stage 2 and a possible solution, or he's just permanently stuck at stage 1?
Maybe he just needs a step streamer to help him out if he's, you know, stuck upon that idea. We'll have to see.
I tried, dude. You know, there's no unstucking it.
Try harder?
What? It's an immovable object.
And also, you know, an infinite force, you know?
Yeah, I wish. But you see, Goodnight Nomi setting up here in the beginning. They want to punish a G3 take behind the hold down. When they realize it's not coming, they will start moving. And for Birna, it's a 1-2 hold per se. But the double VZs being used to punish the 8-line crossing. But there is potential here for Goodnight Nomi to just go over the hill, of course.
I mean, the double VZs basically serve two functions here, right? They punish the 8-line crossing, but also if the 113s in the south had been pushed upon by like 7 tanks or something, they also do 1 clip each. And before the enemies are at their place, they can do probably 2nd and 3rd clip. But that's obviously not happening, as Handfoger now pushing into the Mercedes position here, trying to get info, and on Elian instead gets his gun shot yellow, but yeah, has a rep kit available, obviously. And that little interaction, if it's going to yield some HP deficits on either team, yeah, fine, but that's not really what's going to win Goodnight Nomi their attacking round. So we should be seeing some movement, some sort of movement from them sooner rather than later. Also, I like how Smee is angling his turret here. Basically making the front of it almost impossible to pen,
and spotting with
the gun. That is something that we saw a lot of teams picking up recently, and it works beautifully.
So Goodnight Nomi's just taken 3 tanks over the hill. It's still an issue from Birna if you look at it. I mean, Twist is going to push up on the 8-line, he's going to side sweep. The VZs are not penning IS4. And if these 3 tanks come over the hill and start cap pressure, because, you know, they take an E100 shot, or Jordan pressures back the E100, or at least spots out the E100, gets the info, then you are, you know, on 1-2, you don't know the exact positions of the tanks, and you're fighting against a cap.
Yeah, and there is basically 2 possibilities where the tanks in the cap could be stationed, like here on the A-line, where you can go into the cap and sit sort of safe, and also in like B6, 6-7, there is a possibility to sit safe, and you never know if you don't spot the tanks beforehand where exactly, how exactly they're
maybe a clever bait from Jordan, by the way. So you have Jordan there in the 113 capping. If the 100 crosses over to the other window, that gives the 50B an opportunity to drive down without getting punished. Right? And then outside of that, you have a trap on the 8-line. You have Elian pushed up, but you still have double S-Conk and a 50B, because you can see on E0 there's a 50B coming back that are trying to hold a repush from Birna. Elian needs to be careful though, because he's a bit isolated, a bit too far for my liking by himself. Because I don't think the S-Conks right now are spotting, and if Elian dies too fast here, it's like the trap works. Unless Elian dies like super fast, then it like really just stops working.
Mark stopping there, not sure if he got tracked, but yeah, now exactly they're pushing onto Elian. That is just 4 or 5 tanks that are able to focus out the Polish player easily, and he's going to get taken out of the game just like that, without Birna losing a whole lot for it. Now both of the VZs on reload already, so poised to take another shot at the next tanks. Fatih does get ammo-wrecked here, so...
why is he still there?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Seppo is now peeking out here, Fatih getting focused out, so there is some sort of trade happening, and now it's just about the better trades, as the action is just everywhere on the map currently.
The action is indeed everywhere, as now Burner coming in with another repush, the E100 from behind, together with the 113 and Eskong pushing on towards Twist, but Mark in the meantime, between the crossfire from Twist and Marcel, bites the dust, goes down, now Miku pushing forward, Sokol onto Han, Mineros fighting against Steppers, Steppers does not win this, VZ just doesn't have the DPM to sustain this, Marcel is coming in as well, trying to run away, trying to get Alvin, Goodnight Nomi seems to be coming back in this one, because of those superior single shooters against the Burner lineup, those VZs, they needed to do more to be efficient in this. Marcel now picks up Seppers, and you can see Twist will be going down here, but that just leaves Smee, Timmy, and Toby as the 3 times of Smee having 3k HP, which is of course very cool to have, but you still have to face off against that 50B combination of Marcel and Sokol. Good kill there though from Smee on towards Marcel, very important. And now you can see Mineros having to fight against an E100. And yeah, Mineros has a great gun, a great tank even. But that E100, it's very, very juicy in terms of HP. Smee can trade. And he's getting supported by Timmy. However, Timmy has a damaged loader, well, a dead loader. Now Sokol coming around, trying to tank a little bit for his teammate. Gives Smee to another one from Mineros here. Now Sokol trying to run, trying to get out. Timmy's gonna peek out, give Mineros a shot that makes him a one-shot against Smee. It's a 1v1 here. Smee actually gets it over Mineros, but Jordan then coming back in, picks up Smee. Mineros there potentially shouldn't have peeked, should have done his extra shot of damage. But now another good shot there from Jordan. They're trying to chase down Sokol because they know that if Sokol is allowed to reload, which he has at this point, and comes back in with those 4 shells against Toby and Timmy on their HP, it will be disaster for the Burner lineup to actually get out of this one. Jordan here should connect this one. He does on the move, picks up another shot against Toby, drops him down towards the one shot, and now Sokol pretty chilling here, trying to... Oh, Toby comes around the corner, actually dies. Now Timmy though, gonna pick up Sokol, 1v1, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Jordan's gonna be here very, very fast though, very, very healthy as well. But that 113 and face hug with Eskog, it's not that easy if Timmy can actually achieve it.
Yeah, but Jordan seems to be fairly confident here. It does go against Timmy. Does not connect his first shell, however. And now the super...
And now it will be a facehug fight. The ammo rack damage for Timmy, and then the truck from ramming Jordan.
Oh god, Jordan
that is
with
the most unfortunate situation that Timmy could actually be in. He rammed against Jordan, and what happened is it was enough to knock out his track. So Jordan got onto the side, and now trying to put gun in gun, but Jordan with the wiggle gets the pen, gets the secured round. 3-0 for Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, and that was a very, very interesting round here. It started to look extremely good for Birne by getting 1 free pickup, but then that repush coming on with all the Goodnight Nomi tanks just getting 1 Wheezy.
I don't know why Vadi is like
Fatih.
still there in the
yeah,
8
he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be
like,
in the 8 lane.
This trap, losing Elian for almost nothing. It could have gone really badly. Like, Elian is too far by himself for this. Because, you know, he does 2 shots of damage. But in return, they get Vadi, who was still there for some reason, which I don't understand. All his teammates kind of left the 8 line, you know?
Yeah, and he just
was still
stayed there
there
for no reason. He should have also just gone to the courtyard, to the middle of the map, to also be able to reload another
to do
shot.
at least 1 more clip, right? But look at Mineros, that single shooting Eskong, 5.4k. You know.
But yeah, Jordan in the end the hero for his team for picking up the last kill. He didn't... yeah, I mean, he was just driving in there with confidence. You could see it.
It could have gone a lot worse if there was an actual facehug with Timmy having some HP and not being a one-shot. Because that getting tracked and losing his ammo rack is like the worst thing. Because it's just like you ram each other, and his track was already yellow, probably. So he got knocked out by the ram from Jordan. While Jordan's probably was not yellow, and he was fine, just turned yellow. Because if they're just face-swinging and Timmy can get one of those, you know, heat shells, if they hit the gun, they don't go through. If Timmy can get 1 or 2 bounces, that DPM starts kicking in really, really quickly. And there's a tremendous amount of pressure on Jordan really fast to actually start hitting the shots.
Yeah, I mean, the S-Kong, when it's face-hugging, is just brutal against most tanks. Like, it just does super, super well. And yeah, Timmy also with his 5k trying to do what he can for his team, but in the end, Goodnight Nomi pulling through. And to be honest, it all comes back to that to that play by Fatih in the 8 line, because you know how close it got in the end with the 1v1. If the VZ actually does do one more clip, that is 1k of damage. That is just being dealt more, and then in the end, Timmy has a good shot at winning that 1v1. But like this, Goodnight Nomi are going to be putting themselves up 3-0 in this match, and now Birne needs a full remontada to stay in this tournament, as now we are in the bloody trenches of the lower bracket here. So if you lose your match here, that means you're out of the tournament, and yeah, that would mean for Birne that they showed up and got clapped today if they drop now.
Yeah, this is you know, you don't like to see a team go like this, because we know that Berne, it deserves more than a 3-0. To be honest, at this point in time, there's just this few little mistakes. That's the difference between, you know, good teams, better teams, and great teams. You know, that slightly faster reaction, that slightly better team play, that's slightly better player skill. All of those things add up and make a big difference ultimately in the end of the day.
Okay, so Birne now trying to stay in the tournament, doing so with a CS, a 277, triple IS4, 1E100 and a 50B. And for Goodnight Nomi we have an S-Conk, double IS4, double B, double 113. So only heavy tanks, but the 50B still add that needed mobility to the lineup.
Yeah, the 50B with the needed mobility. A lot of IS4s for the Birne lineup. A lot of IS4s for the Goodnight Nomi as well, with some 115s for the DPM. We can see, though, immediately heavy pressure from this Birne lineup, which seems to be going towards the K line.
Like 5 tanks by Birne going towards K line, meanwhile the CS and the 50B getting sent towards the hill to control. And a little choo-choo train here with the double 50B and the 113 headed towards the hill. Elian does get a shot into Fatih, and even a second one connecting by the S-Conk. Ammo rack immediately repaired though. But that is a lot of bleed for a position that you normally should be able to reach safely.
Yes, that is indeed a lot of bleed to get that. And another pen from Elian. Elian do be gaming. On to Vari. Vari now down half HP. Toby here spotting the hill, knowing that there might at some point be a hill push because they're missing the 50Bs, the 113. So they are aware of this. They are sending the IS4s back. But Goodnight Nomi is already here.
Goodnight Nomi already there. Jordan taking the hold down. He's probably going to try to force Toby off the spots here, but the 50Bs are deciding to leave this position. They're not going to try to take the hill, so Jordan just as an early warning system in D0. But there is the potential for the Birne tanks to get onto the hill unspotted. However, I don't think they can go around the castle unspotted, because there the IS4 and the 113 from the D-line should be able to see them. However, we have seen before, even today, that if you control the hill as the attacking team, then those tanks in the D-line are basically fodder, and that is why Jordan is there to basically provide the information that
there will be some reaction from Goodnight Nomi. When they spot these IS4s, there will be some reaction.
And they have the info early, so they can do the reaction without losing too much HP for it. Unlike Fatih, who's now down to 1300, when he should be probably full HP.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not full HP, because, you know, Elian just hit a banger Coppola shot, right? But definitely more healthy. Now, Jordan's going to spot out these IS4s. The reaction and the question is, what does Goodnight Nomi do to counteract this when they see this? Jordan spots it out. Good run from Jordan. Does not get punished. He spotted 3 IS4s on the hill. So he didn't see the 50B.
And we can see
now
on the
look at Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi on the minimap, leaving, evacuating that D-line, but the IS4s by Birne, they are not looking to stop here. Actually, they are continuing to drive down the 0 line, and they are going to find, I guess, the S-Conk there, Hanfogat taking one, and also Mark taking 2 here for that cross, so down to 2.1k HP. Marcel with the 50B is probably going to be able, yeah, now he pops the reload. And the thing is, Fatih can't really push here through the 8 line because he's so low HP. He needs to wait for Smee, but Smee, if he pushes, he can't be safe from the IS-4's heat.
Yeah, but you can see now what Goodnight Nomi is going for. They're going for this 8-line defense. We're all close to each other. And now there's a reaction from Birne again. But Birne is bleeding a lot of HP for every move they make. Mark and Timmy are now going to start side scraping against Jordan. They might be able to do something against Jordan here.
Oh, that is good position that Mark has now against Miko, and that is why Jordan is actually coming close here with the 113, trying to be a
No, but
nuisance.
Sokol's coming as well. This is going to spring in their faces because look at it. Elian's coming, Marcel's coming, Jordan's coming, Sokol's coming. I think Goodnight Nomi smells blood in the water at this moment in time as now the 50B is coming around the Ice Force trying to push forward. Jordan blocking as best as he can. Even shots coming down from the 8 line, but Elian's there as well. There's such a massive overmatch here for the side of Goodnight Nomi that these Ice Force coming down, it looked cool. We were like, maybe it will do something. But the only thing it does is let Goodnight Nomi be like, you're giving us tanks, we will take them.
Exactly, now just a meat grinder here. As soon as that 50B by Marcel is going to be reloaded, it's going to be just happy farming ever after, as Timmy is already Amarek down to 39 HP. The HP difference, 4k HP between both of those teams, and 4 tanks now down by Burner. They are looking to clean it up. Goodnight Nomi, that is. They're looking for the clean sweep 4-0 here in the lower bracket, and yeah, they're almost there, and they should have an easy time locking this one out, considering they're also on their defense.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi strong and steady, looking very good in this match at least. Maybe the Steps defense was a, bit questionable, but outside of that, solid performance.
Extremely solid performance here now. Smee getting focused out by the combined rage of all those tanks from Goodnight Nomi. Seppers trying to do what he can, clipping out in his 50B, but it's just going to be stats padding at the end of the game, as Sokol is now also coming in, still has 2 shots left. And after Seppers goes down, it's only going to be Toby remaining for the team of Birne, who came here with, I guess at least for me, pretty high expectations, because they did so well in the group stage, but Sokol doing unspeakable things here to Toby is going to secure that 4-0 victory. And Goodnight Nomi, for now at least, going to stay in the tournament, while Birne
well
knocked
deserved
out.
from Goodnight Nomi. Seem to have taken the beating, bruising, and shame that came upon them on the group stage to heart, and actually proved that, they deserve to be auto-qualified into the groups and deserve to be here in the playoff stage of the WoT7 as they completely decimate Birne and send them home crying.
Yeah, Fatih, who took some shots in the beginning, only able to do 1 shot of damage, and yeah, the highest damage tank is actually going to be Seppers, who probably did a full clip when the battle was already over, and meanwhile on the other side, no one below 1k, and like the synergies were just there. Did John do Tim damage? 649, goodness gracious.
He killed Elian.
Killed Elian at the end, and also a shot of team damage by Sokol here, but in the end, like the cohesion in the Goodnight Nomi team, it was just so good to see, like the dynamic, almost organic reactions from the Polish team that just enabled them to get the easy W here over Birne.
Yeah, and Birne, at least they made it to the playoff stage, so they got to experience what it's like. They did very well in group stage. Nobody can take that away from them. It's a shame they lose 4-0 here. Nobody likes to see that. Still, congratulations for reaching so far to begin with, for making it really rough on the teams in group stage. And, you like the rough reference, huh? I saw that little cheeky smile.
I mean, yeah, I think for the time that's enough from us. Let's go over to the analysts.
Indeed, and it was very decisive. I mean, you can say that some of the rounds were a bit close, but 4-0, just a total wipeout. And we have said that Goodnight Nomi may have underperformed in the group stage. Now they showed that they indeed prepared very well and absolutely decimated Birne here.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from the Polish team, 3rd in a row to win. So very convincing. The Polish community and the teams dominating the WoT7 tournaments. That's been like this for some time. And now Magic, we have the last match of the day. It's going to be the losers bracket match between 2 teams, between Cutie Pie and LTP. So the first match for LTP, the French team, I have hopes, but at the same time, I'm scared of something pretty bad happening.
If I was any of these two teams, you have to fight the other non-Polish team just to stay in the tournament, and then you would need to beat all the three Polish teams to win it. I mean, as you said, Polish domination yet again. It's going to be really tough for either of these two teams to go far in the tournament, but they can definitely show it to us that they deserve to be here by doing well in this match. I mean, Cutie Pie played the match already. They didn't play badly, but they didn't show us that they could challenge the Polish teams. Maybe this is a chance for them to get some confidence going on for tomorrow, because they will need it.
And it's pretty interesting because also the players from PewDiePie and LTP, they know each other pretty much. They also play with each other in the 15v15 formats. They actually hang out with each other on TeamSpeak. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how they actually deal with each other in this match. Maybe some counterplays incoming. Last match of the day, last BO7 of the day. Like you mentioned, tomorrow we'll have three Polish teams. The first match of the day will be the winners bracket finals. Then the second match will be the losers bracket, match number 6. Goodnight Nomi either facing Cutie Pie or LTP the next upcoming match. And you will have to finish the day the match number 8, which will be the only BO9 of this tournament magic.
Indeed, it will be, and there is a long way to go until then, but the Birna team is not going to be there, that's what we know for sure. This is how it started. Goodnight Nomi got a bit caught out on the T100 light there, I feel like.
Yeah, that was a bit risky. Becky mentioned that they had a really good performance apart from their defense. That's probably why they managed to get a free kill on the SN, but they get caught with the T-Hunda. And then this free push actually working well in their favor.
Well, they caught a very good timing. WoT there, being stuck in between a rock and a hard place, trying to go over the rails, but he just gets deleted. And soon after, Shmi falls as well with the T100 on A3. From that point on, it wasn't really a question of who will pick it up, but it was more of a question of when. And when Goodnight Nomi gathered the tanks to repush, Timmy went down super quickly, and the other tanks are just not capable of supporting each other. If you look at the map, they are just single dots, and Goodnight Nomi could team up and bank them one by one.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from the Polish team taking their defense. And next up on the attack, you could see the double cap to trigger a reaction from Birne, and it was actually 3 tanks pushing at the south.
Indeed, it was 3 tanks in the south, and they overcommitted. They were spotted by the Goodnight Nomi vehicles, and they even committed into the middle. And that is something that triggered the Goodnight Nomi repush, and I wouldn't be Hanfoga and Timmy here getting swarmed by the double Batchet as well as the other tanks of Goodnight Nomi. That's never a good way to go.
I think there you can see the lack of experience from Birne in this rotation. They rotated pretty blindly, first of all around the 9-0, and they only take 3 tanks. Most of the time when you play this tactic, you're going to have to go with at least 4 tanks, so maybe 1 tank more, 2 tanks more could have made the difference, and later on Goodnight Nomi with a very short amount of time to play with, but enough to actually get the cap down on the base 1. Good stuff from the Polish team. Next up, we had Himmelsdorf and a trap from Goodnight Nomi.
A little bit of a trap here with Goodnight Nomi. It didn't necessarily work out in the way they thought it would, but in the end, the Birna tanks all committed until the 8 line, being stuck in the crossfire in between the upper 8 line tanks of Goodnight Nomi and the lower Super Kongs, the double Super Kong that is pushing behind them. It was a game that was most likely decided on the players' own plays and micromanagement of their own tanks. And that's something that Goodnight Nomi is better than Birna at as of now.
Yeah. I mean, Vati stood in the banana with his VZ instead of getting into the courtyard, for example. That was a mistake. And then Goodnight Nomi managing to, for example, get that 2v1, which is a novel match and makes the difference. In the trade department, also those Elskungs are just making the work with all the DPM they have. But you could see that at the end of the day, that was a really, really close match.
Despite all of that, it was indeed a close match because Birna caught out the 1 tank on the 8 line. And as I said, it was just an all-out brawl in between the 2 teams. But as you can see here as well, Birna with 2 tanks against Goodnight Nomi's 2 tanks, but Birna was in crossfire, and Goodnight Nomi also had the more HP, so they could close it out. Wrecking Timmy as well in the process definitely helped.
Yeah, good stuff from Goodnight Nomi. I was not fully convinced about the way they capped at A7, because actually if Birna took the Ehunda to the top window, they could get the decap and actually force Goodnight Nomi into the next move. So maybe Birna, with the lack of experience again, And next up was the last round of that match, Magic. It was Goodnight Nomi on the defense, and they were pretty well set against what Birna did.
Goodnight Nomi with a little bit of hill aggression in the beginning, but then they pulled the back with the double 50B, and Jordan just runs when he has contact, swarming the trap because the 3 IS4s that committed into this from Birna were later just re-pushed by Goodnight Nomi tanks, and Goodnight Nomi had more tanks available at their disposal. The Birna tanks are just with the CS, with the 50B out of the fight. The E100 and the 277 not very useful on the 8 line either, while their IS4s are dying.
This is a big mistake from side of Birna. Like you mentioned that it was good for them to actually experience the playoff stage, but again, you could see like they're pushing down the A line with double AS4, and at the same time they have a CS and a 50B completely out of the fight trying to flank. So maybe they were not patient enough with those things. They could hold around the 0 line and actually use the angles and wait for the right time to actually push, because they could have all those things from Goodnight Nomi locked in that position, around those positions, and get the info on the rotations. So maybe if they had a bit more experience, maybe the FC, maybe the players in their positioning, in their trading, they could have done something with this attack.
Definitely, and I feel like Birna is a team that came up with a lot of ideas that were not necessarily something that they copied off of other teams, like we have seen QTPie copying some tactics beforehand that you mentioned. They seem to have these one-off ideas that they cannot execute yet properly, but if they can learn to how to execute them properly, if they can think a bit, if they can get the experience in the playoffs, then they can definitely be a good team, I feel like.
Well, like you mentioned, QTPie, they are going to be playing the last match of the day against LTP. Fingers crossed by me for the French team. But let's see what they can do. It's time. The last time of the day for the casters to take away Kian and Daki. Take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back here. And yeah, we are in for the last match of the day. It's going to be the French team of LTP fighting it out against QTPie. And yeah, Insane, obviously, yeah, having a warm spot in his heart for the French team.
Let's see. Yeah, he did predict for LTP. What a surprise.
Obviously. I think I did predict for QTPie because I think they are heading into this, the team with the slight edge regarding experience, but obviously there are players on both teams with well-known names. First of all, the pick and bans. It's going to be Mainz first map, headed into Ghost Town, and then if we get to it, we get a peek at Tundra and Prokhorovka. So apart from Mainz and Prokhorovka, all new maps here, as we do see the map video here.
I must say, Key, that the picture they used of you as their logo, it looks like you've been going to the gym. It's one of your better pictures in recent times.
It's actually from the PaySafe Card Clan Rivals tournament from like, what was that, 2018, 2019?
Yeah.
So, but even back then, I didn't go to the gym. But yeah, here we go. QTPie. I actually went to the gym last Friday. QTPie coming in with a CS, a VZ, an E5 double S-Conk, one IS7, one IS4. On their defense, LTP on the offense with triple CS1 Mouse. That's a tank I haven't seen in a long time. An S-Conk and double IS4. Remember that? Oh, Zavistar getting spotted here on the cross immediately.
Never might take a lot of damage though. Never now going in the I7. Let's see what he takes. One connection coming out, two connections coming out, a few misses as well, but they're both kind of stuck behind this rock now. They don't have the greatest reset angles from there, which is a thing to keep in mind, right? Behind that rock, you're not able to reset very, very well. You need to cross over towards H1 to get those better resets, which normally Zavistar should do when they shoot on Neva. You know, they're all reloading, so you cross over with Zavistar, right? But he didn't.
Yeah, now the Mouse taking the first shot here. Ishat's still above 3k HP. That bond hardening coming in.
I don't like sacrifice tactics.
I don't like it either, but the thing is the reset angles, as you mentioned, aren't the greatest, and they can't really cross over because one, they will be spotted and take huge damage for it, and two, if they do that, they are sort of singled out against a repush over the one line because they don't know where the CSs actually are, one of them in A3, but he could easily just join the push, and now 17 seconds on the cap. Silent does get resetted in his IS4, but that is continuous pressure that QTPie needs to sort of defeat here.
Yeah, but look at Ichas taking this amount of damage on his Mouse, now down to 2k already, and Neva here actually able to side scrape and use the bush to go unspotted. Zavistar, the same thing, he can go unspotted and then reset. And as long as there is multiple people that have multiple angles, it seems to be working out for Cutie Pie so far, because Ichas will just die over time. And I don't think that's worth it for LTP.
I mean, 10 seconds, 13 seconds on the cap, but it's only the mouse that's getting reset here right now. That's why we see the double S-Kong preparing to do some sort of overcommitment. Silent now taking 1 HE, so that's going to take a bit of pressure off. But this double S-Kong is obviously going to be perma-spotted, and if they overpeak, then the CS is from the island.
Very slid down! Very slid down! In his S-Kong, that's a disaster! Waiting to happen here. Very in his S-Kong going to provide additional cover for these tanks. There was no need for that Verwold Einstein to do that, and that is unbelievable, unreal displays of Very sliding down a cliff and potentially sliding his team into disaster as well.
Yeah, that, I mean, the road to disaster is paved with good intentions.
It did give the IS-7 a possibility to cross over further, though.
Yeah.
That, you know, every bad thing has a good side, right? So Neva was able to cross over.
Yeah, Neva.
If he can get reset angles, it's fine.
But to be honest, like him, it's not worth to sacrifice an entire S-Kong for that cross in the end. Now, Reaction with a good shot here into Neva, so Neva knows that he can't really peek from this left side, he needs to peek from the right side, but if he does that, he basically unangles his armor, so the IS-4s should be able to just punish him, and there we go. Neva trading here with Silent, but this means that cap is still an ongoing issue for the team of Cutie Pie that lost, basically traded the mouse that was dead anyway for the S-Kong. Like, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, no, normally not. Smarty's position there is not one that works, by the way. This S-Kong can't sit there.
Yeah, the IS-4 is just pushing him away.
No, you can, the VZ has shots from the hill as well.
Ooh, good shot by Neva here into Reaction. All of the tanks on the island now spotted, so that is something that the team of Cutie Pie has going for them. Smarty's taking a lot of damage, down to a one-shot here now. I mean, he just did that so the intuition perk could kick in, and Neva now taking big, humongous chunks of HP taken out of his tank for this. One more reset.
But Smarty's going this low HP opens up the north if needed for Cutie Pie.
I mean, there is still the CS in A3 that sort of can provide crossfire. Zavistar now also pushed up in his CS to create an additional angle. Skirpy in the back is still a big chunk of HP that could still get called if needed be. Lucas also on the island, sort of.
Look at HP though. Even with Very sliding down, Cutie Pie is, you know, Smarty's 2.5k HP extra and it's 10k, so they would still be up a bit. But Smarty's play there was nonsense. I don't know why, if that was the call or not, but this is why I'm not a fan of shield tactics or sacrifice tactics. You have to, you give up a whole tank and then you hope that the enemy team doesn't get the reset. But look at it, Xavi and Neva, Danley, Skirpy, they're just getting resets all the time. They came close once, but after that,
yeah, after that everything was fine. And yeah, another
it
reset
also depends
in.
on how much HP does Zavistar have left, actually. Like how much HP does Zavistar have left in his CS?
Zavistar was, I think, at yeah, he's on 1700 still. So that
no, HE shells.
Well, you can also shoot the APCR into the track, and then you're fine. Oh, Lucas trading away the rest of his HP for that cross here. Going down to a one-shot now as well. Reaction getting spotted. The S-Kong getting one more reset even. So
at this point, it's over, Key.
Yeah.
I hate to be like this, but it's over.
Yeah, I mean,
because even if they killed Neva, Itox and Ali could just drive down at some point from the slope, right? Drive down, get the double reset when desperately needed, right? Even down the over peaks or Skirpy and Xavi, and they kill one of the IS-4s, the game ends.
Yeah,
because
I think they also realized that now. That is why Silent and Lucas die very, very soon. Yeah, Tankistador, not his fault his team lost here, but then again, as you said, those in 770 in the format where you have 10 tanks, just sacrificing a seventh of your team to not even really have a fully safe cap spot behind is not the way to go. In 768, yeah, you can pick like, I don't know, an Oho or CDC.
Oh, it's very obvious though.
CDC, I mean, some of those tanks, or even a VK100, I guess.
Still very obvious.
To do that, yeah, but like if you pick a CDC, like if you pick one of those tanks, it's always going to be obvious because other tanks that you would probably pick would be more like
just pick an
Rusk or something.
Works with RD as well.
Mhm.
But in this, sacrificing a mouse, it even got Verby as like a gift, you know? He's like, silent, mon ami, I see you are having a rough time. Take my HP.
Mm.
Please don't kick me from 3px.
But yeah, that was the only real misplay by QTPie in this match. The rest
I still
was
think
just
Xavi could have
utter
crossed through.
domination.
When Neva goes down the slope, there's this moment where everybody's on reloads. No matter what, everybody's shot at the I7 because, you know, they're going to shoot at the I7. Xavi could have crossed through already to behind the rock where he was later, just to get resets from time to time, like guaranteed ones, and they would have been even more fine. But even like this, like,
Yeah, Burby here.
it's so hard to pull this off.
It's yeah. As soon as the IS7 and the CS cross over there, yeah, it's just over. And Burby, I mean, he slid down, but only one shot of damage is. Like, once again, the Super Conk reloads so quickly and you're right in the face of the enemy, so you should be penetrating every single shot that you do. So Vervi should have been doing more damage here, but yeah, possibly tried to give his 3px buddies a bit more possibility of winning this game, but yeah, Vervi just getting put onto the back of the rest of his team members, just getting carried to victory here. And that is a 1-0 for QTPie and LTP. Yeah, not looking too good. Just the strategy they opted for not working out.
I don't know. This coming into this match, starting it off with something like this, like a gimmick. It is a gimmick at the end of the day. It's like
It's a cheese.
It's PewDiePie really has to fail for it. Like, they have to fail so hard for this version of it to work. Especially because there's the mouse. Even if PewDiePie wanted to maybe challenge middle, right? Even if they wanted to go middle, which it didn't look like it from the beginning anyways. But even if they did go middle, when you see the mouse, you give up on that plan. And you know that there could be some 1-2 shenanigans. And you make sure that you have something in 1-2 established, so you don't have nobody in 1-2. Because this works if there's nobody in 1-2. Yeah, if there's nobody in 1-2, and you put these 3 guys on the cap, you're forced to make a repush, and that repush hurts a lot. So, but like this,
like this, we'll have to see what happens, as the second match is probably not going to be too long until we see the lineups of it, at least. And indeed, there are the lineups. And for LTP, once again, a curious tank choice here with a 705A. The rest of the tanks are triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk.
I mean, the 705A is not that weird. You can go play on the 4 line near the hill and side scrape it, and always have the info of what's going
but
up.
Don't you rather have an IS-4 in that position, because like you also have that
no,
very
because
sturdy turret?
you're just trading. IS-4 can't peek the corner. 705A can just side scrape it. Also, the IS-4 roof key is something to remember. If you're playing on the 4-5 line, right on the corner, and you're in an IS-4, your roof becomes a weaker part because they shoot at you from above. Like, if there's an S-Con going there, he shoots at you from above, and he is going to hit that. So the 705A doesn't really have this whatsoever.
Okay, now double CS by QTPie getting sent towards the hill, not losing any HP, but where we should have our eyes is actually on the 1-2 line, because we see this push by the triple 277 and the 113 going on. Unique taking 1, taking 2, and that VZ is now relocating, waiting for more tanks to actually cross.
Oh my god, they put him at boy unique, dude. They put him at boy unique, but they're crossing with so much. This could be like really good for the side of QTPie, because unique came through. It didn't even take that much. Reaction spotted out now. They have 3 tanks in 1-2. And what is the reaction here for the side of LTP? What do? They need Lucas Ranger to push the hill together with Silent and Smities, but Zavistar Ali, pretty good crossfire. And also, keep in mind, these 277s are going to volley from behind. This is what I'm talking about. They are going to volley. I don't even know if LTP is going to win the hill right now. If Smities takes more damage here down towards the one shot, gets blown up even from Skirpy. That is from 1-2 line. By the way, you're almost forced to instantly re-push 1-2 before the 277s get into position, because now you're down a tank already, and they're just going to push off, kill Ranger with the CSs. Now Lucas is the next target, the 705A, a little bit too immobile to do this, and now Danley just comes towards the hill and comes up for cleanup crew.
Exactly. 2 nice shots into the 705A means Silent drops down to 1600, and now Dandliboy gonna come with his S-Kong, and he's not caring. He's just gonna drive in. HP advantage 4k right now for the team of QTPie, and they're just gonna keep pushing a fire even onto the 705A, and now Lucas on the hill is just gonna get cleaned up. Same for Reaction in the CS. That is being pushed up on by Triple Heavy Tank, and this is such a clean round by QTPie.
This is indeed a very, very clean round by Cutie Pie. I don't know what to say, Key. When you design a defensive strategy, you always take into account what do we do if the enemy pushes 1-2. It even rhymes. But like, first of all, there should be a guy dying from Cutie Pie.
Yeah, and now
There's no world in which you drive down with this amount of people and should be able to get away with it without losing a single guy. And then second of all, as soon as you see it, you have to instantly repush the hill. And if I was playing with my very angry FC from France called Insane, he'd be screaming that we have to push the hill. And you have to push it
twice, but continuously.
You have to push it before the 277s drive down fully. You volley, you push the hill. Yeah. It's like when they're driving down, you volley, you repush the hill. It's like a split reaction, because you see when they establish K1, they can shoot you driving on the hill, and then you lose this repush. If you do it straight, you don't lose this repush because 277s are still driving down. They get maybe one volley, but it's like half-aimed shots on the move. They're not going to hit everything, and you do win the hill then. And if you win the hill, you're chilling again, right? I mean, you might be down on HP, but up in positions.
And up in spirit as well, which can be said about the team of QTPie, but I think it was, as you outlined, it was the reaction from LTP that wasn't quick enough, and no pun intended here, it just lost it for them, because they basically took like 2 or 3 tanks even worth of HP damage for repushing, and that was even LTP's pick here. Mine's 2 times with the gimmick, once with the mouse, once with the 705, both not working out, and now we're heading over to Ghost Town for the first time of the day, which is QTPie's pick.
Yeah, QTPie coming out picking Ghost Town. We'll see how it goes. Ghost Town is a map. It could be 1-1, it could be 2-0. There's no clear favorite. We've seen a lot of teams win on the defense. We've seen a lot of teams win on the attack. If you get the steps down in the attack, you take this position, you counter that. You take that position, you counter this. You establish the cap. And then we saw some meta plays with like CSs and K1 to counterize 7 driving down. So there's a lot of room here to do different things that can potentially work. But for LTP, this is a disaster to begin like this and to be coming into your first match down to 0 immediately. Like, your first round is a cheese gimmick, doesn't work out. Your second round, QTPie drives down 1-2, barely loses anything.
Yeah, and that was not like the reinvention of the wheel by QTPie on their offensive side. It was just LTP too slow and not snappy enough.
Too slow and not even ready to like punish the 1-2 heavily. I'm telling you, somebody needs to die there, driving down. Somebody has to die driving down. Like, Unique was like a 1.8 or something. Like, you don't want to be overly harsh on the teams, but in this you have to be killing somebody driving down and then instantly repushing the hill. Those are the only reactions you have. So those are the reactions you should know before the match even starts.
Yes, exactly, because it's not like this was new. This has been well known for what feels like years now. Anyway, Ghost Town. It's going to be LTP coming in with a CS double S-Conk, double 277, 1 IS4 and 150B. QTPie on the other hand, double CS, triple S-Conk, 1 IS4 and 150B as well.
So lineup-wise, less IS4s than we're used to on this map.
Yeah, because but being made up by Super Kongs.
Yeah, we see this, if you remember from previous WoT7s, from a lot of the Polish teams we saw, for example, the 5 Super Kong defense against like the 5 IS4 attack. You know what I mean? Those were the kind of 2 metas we had against each other. But these teams, yeah, QTPie is going for the Super Kongs, but LTP, but the 277s. Personally, I'm not a big fan of 277 on this map. because of the 277 IMO is an assault tank. You know, it's you push with it. IS4 is that kind of side scraping tank, and Skunk is the hold on tank that just annihilates anything in front of it. If you sit in front of it, you're dead. So I'm not sure where the 277's role is on Ghost Town.
Yeah, exactly. Like in the hold down fight, I guess the Skunk wins, and in the side scraping warfare, the IS4 wins out. So maybe they were threatening with the 277s to immediately do some kind of 2-cap aggression by sending them there immediately, simply with their speed. They didn't do that, however, and so now we see Lexa taking this street here. This is going to prompt Itox to reverse. And the double 277 getting used in the north here, actually, where they are going to be pushing up. They find Ali here, who's sort of exposed. Oh, snapshot
He gets
by
around
Smarties.
the corner, but we've seen this before. You can't challenge the Skunk in this
No.
position.
No, you 100% cannot. Like, Skippy would have to heavily misplay for this to go wrongly. Because
Yeah, the Skunk in that position 2v1s these guys if he plays it well.
And indeed, Skippy knows how good the position is, so he's he's just gonna peek and keep the guy spotted. Possibly the 50Bs will be able to clip from the side, and first shot onto Smarties, only like hitting the cupola, yes, but
There's a little interesting thing in the south that we need to talk about. There's the CS fight, Conquistador against the CS, but Conquistador actually revealed himself against Neva already. But he does keep these tanks
Burley
very...
finds reaction here, and he is
Reaction
in a
is-
sort of hold-down position.
No, Reaction's dead. Reaction is dead. That's the... Like, Reaction's dead. I don't know how else to explain it to you. He's just dead.
Yeah, he's gonna die there very, very soonish. He has nowhere to stay safe, and now Never, not sure if I agree with this push over the open here, but I guess he wants to prevent Conquistador from farming the heavy tanks. But that is Reaction down and out. One more shot coming out from Conquistador, and Never actually missing here. So yeah, both of the CSs, those tanks do not really have the greatest gun. While all of this is going on, the IS-4 has actually started the cap. So there is a time window that PewDiePie needs to respect.
Everything that's happened so far is LTP has taken A4 with 2 tanks, where Skirpy is perfectly fine facing off against the 2, and he's okay with it because he cannot get pushed. He's done some free damage on towards those 277s, and they've lost reaction in the meantime. And yeah, they have cap pressure, but Skirpy is just having a good time.
Yeah, Skirpy indeed, as you said, 2v1ing here in this position, and that is exactly what the Super Kong does well. Does get penetrated in his turret now, twice even. So good stuff coming out here, but Ali coming in with the ram onto Conquistador, just clipping out Conquistador. Does manage to repair his Amarek, but little is it gonna matter as he is down to a one-shot. But 15 seconds on the clock, and Itox just missed his reset. There, finally, Lexa getting tagged. So PewDiePie are firmly gonna lock at this defensive victory in, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they still have 5 tanks left. There's room for a miracle here, but again, this PewDiePie... Okay, I understand the CS position in K0. I understand it, because you don't want to let the CS flank around and get a reset from behind. So I understand that part. That makes sense, but the 50B of Reaction being there...
Yeah, Reaction just getting caught off guard and completely annihilated.
This was like
what felt like 100 different angles.
This was like a nice 4 or something. I could understand it, because I don't think Verby can shoot a nice 4 there, you know, the Escon. Or even Neva in the CS cannot shoot a nice 4, you know. If it like a nice 4, I would understand it. But the 50B?
Yeah, and after the last round, which was 7-0, now PewDiePie here with a 7-1 on their Ghost Town defense. And like right now, it just seems like PewDiePie is on a completely different level. Like somewhere above LTP.
They seem far more ready for this match than LTP is so far. It's rough, right, Kian? It's rough.
Indeed is rough. It's looking rough, yeah. And so far, like, not a single game was there where I would say, like, yeah, this was looking good for LTP. This was some ingenious strats. Like, in no game did they really come together as a team and have a good showing. They were just getting rolled.
I feel like they're always just having somebody left hanging somewhere. You know, this time it was Reaction.
Yeah, but like collectively as a team, as a unit, the QTPie team
They
is
haven't-
just showing up better.
But LTP has not done a single like actual push together.
Mm.
Like
And it feels like for some of it they're just putting themselves in those difficult positions, and QTPie just needs to wait for LTP to then make the mistake, and then they just capitalize on it. That's basically what this feels like.
there's always an opening in the LTP strats right now
Mm.
that is exploitable by QTPie, and they're doing it. So as much as like maybe LTP is not like on level of QTPie is playing well. They're doing solid moves. They're doing solid gameplay. They're finding the openings, the reactions to what LTP is doing. On mines, they found the reactions on what to do. On their attack, they played something that apparently worked very well against LTP as well. And on this, they played a standard-ish defense, but at the end of the day, they found the opening of how to crack open the defense, the attack that LTP threw against them. Found the weak spot reaction, of which after reaction dies, you have the isolated player in the CS in K0. So they get 1, they get 2, game over.
Yeah, and those 277s, they can't really properly attack that S-Conk and
No,
like
man,
reliably take him
He will
out.
kill both of them.
Yeah.
With some support, he kills both of them. They try to push him. He literally just sits there, shoots them. He out DPMs them. They have to over peek because he can slide down the hill. That's why the position is so strong. He can literally just go down the hill. They can't shoot him anymore. And if they over peek, they get shot from the sides, from the city. And if they sit there, he's going to slowly but surely hit Coppolas or peek enough to see some part of the hull and just win that over time.
Yeah, so in the end, we are headed to the first the first and possibly the last game here. That is on match point for QTPie. They've earned it so far. 3 strong showings from them, and LTP they need to step it up. There's no other way to say it because so far, yeah, let's just say this was utterly unconvincing. QTPie now gonna go attack with a CS, a Batchat, an S-Conk, triple IS4, and a 50B.
Yeah, it's kind of a standard-ish attacking lineup that we see a lot. 2 mediums is maybe something not a lot teams go for. Play with like 1 medium, and you see maybe like the all die 7 in there to push like 1-2 line or something. Is what we see very often. But the main focus here is on LTP, and LTP is not playing the standard defense. They are playing a north opening, which is hard to pull off. Because a north opening, unless Zavistar goes to A8, which teams have learned that going to A8 when the enemy team can push that, it's a really bad mistake. He spots them out. It will open a lot of angles onto the cap really quickly. Like very quickly, they'll be able to pressure the 2 cap if they want to and play off of that. And Zavistar gets the info on the CS. I'd like him to stay a little bit longer, normally, to spot out the bat. And the reason why you can also stay longer is because you can also spot the tank crossing to A0 and actually shoot it. But seeing as, QTPie is just like being like, okay, you know what, you play like this, we go for the cap. I mean, Verby does get rolled for 500 by Silent, which is like the max roll of that S-Conk. They are, of course, taking damage to take these positions, but you see how quickly they have that cap already.
And yeah, Verby here, without his driver, not sure if he has possibly food or something, but it doesn't matter. As soon as you're on the cop, never mind there. He does heal his driver, so all crew members in there again, and cap has been started, 40 seconds. This is pushing LTP to sort of come closer to that cap, but every peak that they make here for some resets is going to be costly.
It's a good reset from Smarties, though.
That was a pretty good reset, yeah.
Normally there should be a counter here. I don't know what Skirpy's position is not a good one. Throwing that out there. Skirpy's position right now is not a good one, and Unique needs to be much faster here on taking G1.
Oh, well played by Smarties once again.
He's doing very well. Unique needs to be the one that counteracts his position by going towards G1, but he's not doing it right now. And Smarty's just having a good time.
Yeah, and Skirpy now getting caught out here by
his position is not good.
There is also Lexa in his IS4, able to provide side shots. Skirpy now down to a 1-shot, even to HE. Does one more here onto Lexa, but that is just a free pickup, basically. And for the first time in this match here, it's actually looking very, very good for LTP in one of the rounds, as they're up right now 4K. They're continuously getting resets because Smarties is having the time of his life here against the Double Ice 4. Even another heat connection, just completely dumping on them.
Yeah, now Silent coming in as well with his Eskunk, realizing that the advantage is so big that he can start trading against us. Zavistar only now taking the outside of the map. I don't know why Unique is in K1 still. He should have already been at G1. I mean, I know the threat of the bat is there, but your teammates need your support. They need your help. They needed him to be there already. I mean, Ali's getting pounded for this peak to help Furby onto the cap with Itox. And yeah, I did say the angles on the cap open up very fast, but it also you need to have a good crossfire. So
what is that gathering in K1? Do you think?
Is Unique flipped? Was Unique?
Oh god.
That's why he never took G1, man.
Oh.
Oh, he's gonna get bullied for this for a long time.
Oh god, but yeah, QTPie here, for the first time in this match actually looking like they can hurt, that they can bleed, and bleed they did indeed a lot of HP.
I was like wondering, man, why is Unique at K1? He can't shoot anything from there. I'm like, if he goes to G1, he can actually shoot the IS-4 from behind, you know, like G1 he actually shoots the IS-4 and gets shots on it. I'm like, why is he at K1? He doesn't shoot anything.
Yeah.
It's got explained.
I mean, he's going to be explaining after the match how he got into that unfortunate position. But yeah, LTP firmly on top of this one. It's just the question of do they want to kill all? How comfortably are they going to do it? Zavistar now coming close with his Batchat. Is probably going to try to clip out onto Smarties or Ishas. But yeah, Smarties is just playing a beautiful game here with his IS-4. Nothing else to say, and even dumping on Zavistar.
Yeah, but the reason why Smarties play worked out so much is because Unique is not able to take G1 to actually put side shots on him. Smarties would get farmed for it. Well, farmed is a big word, but every time he peeks, he takes a shot. So he wouldn't just be able to out-trade the IS-4s, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and now Ishat...
And it's not just Unique, though. Like, you know, he flipped. Yeah, you know, it... you know, he flipped. Yeah. It's really bad, but it's not just him. Skirpy's position is one that you can't take in this. Normally, what happens is that you have still somebody playing where Ali was in his S-Kunk, where you see the dead tank wreck right there. I think that's not Ali, but like an S-Kunk or something. You have somebody playing there. You have the Batchat. Okay, it's hard to explain. So you have somebody playing behind that hold on still, that you play in randoms with the heavies. You have somebody play K0, for example, Zavistar, who normally stays longer in the bushes to check if the Batchat is also there, and you would have maybe seen the 277 as well at some point, and then he runs away, he goes to K0, he covers the outside. So if somebody goes outside, he clips him. And then Skirpy's position, I think you only put one guy in the cap in this regard, and with Skirpy, you can play, you know how if you push from behind the hold down, right, where you play with your heavies to their hold down, right? If you go on the left of that, of the pillar, you can side script against the corner building, right? It's like a building that sticks out a little bit. And then you have a two-way crossfire on Smarties, right? So you have that position, you have the cap if he overpeaks, and you have Unique on a 1-2 line. And you're still covered on the outside because you have the guy behind the hold down. So you have proxy spotting on everything on the road. You have the Batchat watching the outside, and you have the cap, but you only need one to really pressure it. So positional play there wasn't it from QTPie, but LTP did well.
LTP did well, and that's the first time in this match that we are saying this. Hopefully for the sake of the match, not the last time, as that is 2 maps done and over with, Mines and Ghost Town. Now we are headed to a map that we also haven't seen yet today, that is Tundra, and Tundra has the reputation, perhaps as the only map in the pool, to be heavily attack favored.
Yes, but we saw a lot of defense as well, but normally it's quite attack favored. Teams don't always agree with this, but, you know, from my POV it is. And rule number 1, the Wargaming employee is always right, because, like, technically, you know, working for Wargaming today, technically. Rule number 2, even if the Wargaming employee...
What are you implying here exactly? What are you trying to imply?
Rule number 2, even if the Wargaming employee is incorrect, rule number 1 applies.
Exactly, true.
Right? Because democracy, Kian, you know, democracy goes out of the window when you accept the terms of service.
I mean, no one forces you to accept them.
Exactly, Kihan. Exactly. That's the point. You know, you accept it. So, rule 1 and rule 2 apply.
Mm-hmm. That is once again true. Anyway, Tundra coming out here. I saw a lot of, like, at least in the group stage, I saw a lot of interesting tries at defense, but they all fell apart completely. So let's see what either of those teams here has brought it. Obviously, it is QTPie's map pick, but yeah, LTP didn't ban it before, so they should be somewhat comfortable on it. LTP coming in with a CS, double VZ, 1E5, 1S Conk, 1IS7, and a 60 TP. And for QTPie, we have the triple 113, 1 Crown, 1S Conk, 1 VZ, 1 CS. And I think from the lineups already, we can see that it's going to be LTP defending, because like that is sort of what you take on defense, right? The 60 TP to go to, the 60 TP going to like D3, 4, something like that, and like the double VZ going into the little village here to punish some crosses in the south. And QTPie seems to be not too concerned about the south.
Oh my god, Drakifa's in the lineup, let's go.
Jakifa's in the lineup and he's playing Kranwang, so...
He's finally done coping from the last game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, for him that sometimes takes some time. But yeah, apart from the CS63, everyone's getting sent towards the north for the team of
Yeah, he's
QTPie.
just there to watch the crossing to see what's happening in the south. Is there some pressure? Is there some play happening? What do they commit on the south? Because some teams play defense over the south, which means they push up a lot of time.
Ooh, that push here in the north getting spotted out. Silent, though, also taking one in his 60 TP, so that must have been a good shot by Unique, who's now on reload in his VZ. And Ishat's now trying to go back. And we've seen in the past that an E5 with proper support in that
was a
position
fame push.
Yeah.
That was a fame push, but, you know, QTPie is not going for it. They're just establishing the position.
Which is fine to do. I mean, Ishat's was completely reversed into that pocket because he expected an overpush, but that
it does
one's not
allow
happening.
them something, though. There's such a reaction from LTP. You know, the push happens, and they gave up the D4 E4 combo. So what happens is you play with a 60 TP or an S-Conk on the rock of D4, and the 60 TP plays on the right. That way, the S-Conk from the enemy team can't push up like you see the S-Conk that's now pushed up, which is Damley. You can't do that because there's somebody on the rock left, but when you push A4 quickly, you pressure this away. Damley is just trading badly, which is another issue. And a bigger issue here for QTPie is there is no hill spot. Savi missed it. He's one seat him.
Yeah, Savi...
He missed the spot.
Elno
Sabe.
Elno Sabi.
This is disaster.
That is indeed a disaster, as Reaction now switching to slow motor, waiting for Tankistador to also come. I mean, yeah, Zavi, I don't think he's even in the proper position to drop down from the hill. He takes one, Reaction takes one in return, and the IS-7 does miss.
Tankistador doesn't connect, though.
But yeah, double cap here currently with the 113s pushing up onto Silent. Yeah, they're not going to stay on the cap, and that is a lot of tanks in the north here by QTPie, but LTP has the resources to hold them.
We'll see. We'll see. QTPie has no other choice because when you lose the hill, you have to go forward. Very Neva now pushing on towards Silent. Silent does a big one in that 60 TP, though. Skirpy and Unique now coming as well from the side. Smarties is on reload, though, in that VZ55. Silent now driving forward, trying to make it so he can do another shot of damage. Unique does fully clip out towards here. Silent, does he get off another shot? That is a big question. He does. 796 on towards Unique. Ichas now also making a good play, trying to get away. Silent still surviving for way too long. He's even getting a mobile cover. Now Zavi starts getting pushed on by Takistador. Verwi picking up Silent, though. Zavi is down and out here in a second. 1 HP, meaning he will do another shot of damage, and it is still within realms of possibility here for QTPie because Tankistador is low. Now Smarty's trying to peek out, trying to make the play. He's trying to shoot the Kranwagen of Jakifa from behind, but that also means that he dies, so Jakifa will die probably in return for this. Lucas picks up Verwi. That is from downtown in the middle of the map. Now Neva and Unique trying to make a play on towards Ikas, who made a great play by himself to run away from that corner, to actually back off when Silent was getting focused and back off behind it and still surviving, still staying alive. And it's again looking. Ooh, look at Stustik one again from downtown though, from one of the VZ55s from Unique, and now Jakafa tries to get the angle, never actually picks it up, and now the E5 of Ikas has to be careful because now there's Jakafa in his side who's getting pushed on by Reaction. 3v3, anything still possible. HP kind of even a good shot from Jakafa, but a Reaction coming in with the save. He takes one from Unique or Neva. It was actually Neva, and now Neva and Unique kind of stuck here. They have potential. Ikas running away. Does Unique catch it? It doesn't look like it. Does Neva catch him in return? Does Ikas make a shot? He does, but Unique picks it up now 2v2. Again, Reaction,
Neva is
the playmaker
80 seconds. 80 seconds, no ammo rack now on Neva because he did repair his track before that. And it is now 1500 against 1300 HP, but the clock is ticking here. They know where Tankistador is. So Unique right now on the reload is just furiously storming towards the IS7 player here. He is spotted out, and Tankistador I don't think is spotted at the moment, so Unique needs to...
Yeah, but why is Tankistador still there?
That is a good question, and I don't really have an answer as of now. Unique obviously takes the shot by Tankistador, but now takes the aim, goes immediately on reload.
He's never won this in Fame before in his life, but, you know,
ooh,
if he gets a shot here on Unique, does he get it? Nice, good shot from Reaction. Good shot from Reaction. Normally he goes now back into speedy mode or just runs away casually. Reaction, you don't peek these. You don't do this. I don't know why he takes two for this Reaction.
Oh, why? Why Reaction? Why would you do that? Yeah, Unique with that reload actually does get it off, and now Never. I mean, he's ammo-racked, yes, but little does it matter if the enemy tank is down to 17 HP, and he does find him here. Takes time to aim. Reaction snapshot does not connect, and Never is gonna lock out the game, but that was misplaced by both teams. That was such a weird interaction with tanks focusing out the other tanks all over the map.
I would Reaction go for the repeat there. Neva's a 2-shot and Unique's a 1-shot. He's fine.
I don't know why he goes for the repeat there.
They cannot cap. They can't cap. He has the whole map to play with. If they go to cap, he can come from different angles, different approaches. They don't have that much time either. It was like, what, 2 minutes and a bit, I think? So they don't have that much time to put solo cap pressure. I don't know. That was.
Yeah, in the end, I think that was Reaction's game to win, but like he didn't. So this is why we find ourselves at a 4-1 scoreline. QTPie is gonna stay alive in the tournament. Unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to LTP, and they did put up a valiant effort this battle, apart from Reaction throwing, I guess. But I think overall it was just LTP waking up too late in this match when it was already too far gone, like 3-0. It's increasingly and incredibly hard to come back from a deficit like that.
Yeah, but this was LTP's game though.
Yeah, they should have. I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda. We can always theory craft a lot after the games, but I think we should actually.
Reaction's back on the bench.
Oh, is he now? Oh no! I mean, you can see Duck is broad.
The bench needs a lot of cleaning, and I think he's ready.
And now he has also time. Now that LTP isn't in the tournament anymore. All right, let's stop with that though. Poor him. He's probably his own biggest critic right now. And yeah, let's head over to see what the analysts have to say.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot, guys. And Magic, the French team LTP just lost, and we have to say goodbye to them. I'm sad.
Obviously, you are sad as the French representative here in the casting team. But let's take a look at the bracket, how it shapes up for tomorrow. On the upper bracket, we will have the two inbuilt teams, Oppo and Holovnichi. Still, both of them are capable of losing one match before they are getting eliminated. That's going to be the first match of tomorrow. And then the lower bracket, Goodnight Nomi and QTPie, both are BO7s until the final. And we get the answers to our question whether a Polish team prevails once again tomorrow, or maybe QTPie can take it.
I mean, today, no upsets. I think the better team on paper all the time won. So, no surprise there. And the replays are ready for that last match of the day. It was LTP and the attack on Minds.
They are pressuring the 2-cap, as you can see, and Vervi makes a bit of a slip-up here, I suppose. I don't think it was intended to go down there, which is a bit of an issue here. he should try not to die on the cap, because if he dies on the cap, he gives a shield. But what it allowed for the rest of his team to do is that while the LTP guys were occupied with shooting Worthy, Neva could cross out to a position from which he could safely reset all the time.
I really don't like that way to play from the side of LTP, because like it's very obvious when you play the mouse that this is one of the things you could do. So from the side of PewDiePie, if they manage to get the tanks across to K2, even with some damage taken, they still have the opportunity to retake the island like they did. And then when you had the IS-7 here, you had the CS behind, it was already pretty much over. LTP was trying to cap, but then Lee could just peek and get some few decaps, and you completely suicide wanting to get that shield, which is not even that effective since they have the one line. So good stuff from PewDiePie. Few mistakes, but they took the win on the defense.
Straight push on the island coming out from PewDiePie on their attack, and LTP is not really able to punish it as effectively as they would want it to. And with the PewDiePie tanks having taken the positions here quite quickly, LTP's heavy lineup is not able to repush the hill as quickly as they wish, and that will mean a lot of suffering for them. You can see they are split up, 2 tanks are already on F5, but the others are grouping up, and this hero push absolutely didn't go well for the side of LTP.
First of all, that position from Conquistador at H3 is not the greatest, but that was the only answer they had against like the 1-2-3 lines play initially, because they were not crossing with any tanks to the 1-2 line straight. And then you could see they had 2 tanks over the 5 line and 2 tanks over the 4 line. So there's a big lack of cohesion and understanding of how to play this map. You really tap the guys on the cross around F1, G1, but you're not getting greedy into making too much damage, because if you take too long to retake the mid, then you get the shots from behind.
LTP on their Ghost Town attack also getting a bit called out here. Reaction in his 50B singled out in the southern part of the map, getting picked up, and also the CS in the corner, Tankista getting later picked up. Those were some crucial issues that LTP had to face, because they couldn't really cap the base on time.
Yeah, well, this way to play is pretty standard. We have seen it in the past already. But as you mentioned, the issue there that the 50B and the CS that were meant to work together were just getting overwhelmed by the tanks from PewDiePie. Good stuff in their defense. The S-Conk holding against WoT7 and just on time getting the decap needed. The issue with this tactic magic is that you have to get the cap on. You have to commit possibly more than one tank if you want to surprise the enemy. And they had only one, but PewDiePie holding strong, getting the right rotations, and you could see a lot of damage and HP remaining for them.
Indeed, cap was the only option here for LTP, but the Super Kong just proved unpushable for them. In this case, however, PewDiePie on their own attack, maybe we have shown slight issues that this team has. They couldn't really execute what they wanted here. I mean, they got the cap control, but then Shkrippy got into a position that he wouldn't really want to be in if he's watching this game.
I mean, they maybe didn't expect LTP to mainly play all their forces over the north around the base 1, and the way they actually went to the cap was definitely bad. The way they positioned also their tanks was bad. You could see Skippy and his IS-4 going down very, very fast, and then Smarties could pick and get a lot of damage on the tanks capping the base. So good stuff from LTP. Comfortable victory on their defense, and yeah, that was a bit of the highlight of the round.
Yeah, LTP was capable of essentially playing this city push 4 versus 7, because the CS was getting unflipped by the backchat of the PewDiePie team, and Zavistar already went down well beforehand, so the result wasn't really a question here. However, the Tundra attack of PewDiePie, now that was a close game.
Alright, so what was good there about PewDiePie is the fact that they stopped up here. They didn't overcommit on that E5 because they were aware that from the side of LTP there was a lot of crossfire allowed. So good stuff. Not overcommitting, stopping at the right position, and later on you had a great rotation from LTP, but somehow PewDiePie holding on strong.
Zavistar was trying to, I think, help Tendley in countering Lexa from the hill, but what he missed was the repush of 2 tanks on him, and that's something that actually should have lost PewDiePie the game, because the timing that the LTP tanks got there with their repush was absolutely insane. PewDiePie makes the only possible reaction for them, which is to go forward as they are losing the hill and the Kai on the hill, and they cannot stay on the cap. And we can see how the battle unfolded from there on.
Oh no, I was jumping on my chair when I saw that. I really have to reconsider reaction being in fame after that play. What is this reaction? Why are you not running? He's donating 2 shots on for Unique, and then 1 shot never pushes and just gets the kill. Like, he could easily run and just force them to cap, get the resets. There was only like 2.5 minutes left. Like, I was really sad about that pick. I don't understand that play from the French player reaction.
Yeah, Reaction had all the advantages there. He had the HP, he had the defending side going in his favor, he had the time working in his favor as well. So unfortunately, he just made a bad decision, and ultimately that cost his team their lifeline in this tournament. So LTP went home.
Well, I just think Reaction wanted us to finish early to grab our dinner and go to bed. So thanks Reaction for that play. I appreciate it. And Magic, that's the end of the first day of the playoff. As you mentioned, tomorrow we will have a lot of great action incoming. Four teams left, three that are Polish, and QT Pie that will try to actually take the victory to not let the Polish domination continue in the WoT7 tournaments. Do you have anything to add before we end the stream?
Not really much. I hope the Cutie Pie guys sleep well and prepare well for tomorrow, because they will need a lot of luck to win that. Otherwise, most likely Polish dominance once again.
Yes, so make sure to tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m. CET, just like today, for the final battles of the WoT7 tournament number 7. Have a great night, everyone. See ya.
Good night.